everyone. We're going to call a meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Redevelopment Authority to order. Today is March 21st, 2019. It is just 8:30 a.m. We're in the Community Center at Sierra Room, 851 East William Street, Carson City, Nevada. We're also streaming on the internet, and if you have cable from Charter, I think it is, you can get it on channel 196 or somewhere around there on the Government Access channel. Can we have a roll call, please, Kathy, for the record?
Supervisor Giomi?
Here.
Supervisor Bonkowski?
Here.
Supervisor Bagwell?
Here.
Supervisor Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Kroll?
Here.
Quorum is present.
Ken Sandage, could I ask you to come up and lead us in the pledge this morning?
Can you do the invocation?
You stand right there. We'll do the invocation with Mark.
Pray and pledge.
Good morning.
Morning, Mark.
Let's pray. Our God in heaven, Father, we thank you for this great city of ours and for these leaders that have gathered here to determine our future and direction. Lord, I ask that you give each of them wisdom and understanding to always seek the best for our city and its people. We ask for your presence today to guide and direct them. Lord, protect them and bless them for their faithful service. Bless our city employees, our sheriff's office, and fire department, and all those that serve us each day. Father, we pray these things in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Mark. Well said. Well said. Okay, Ken.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Mark, very much. Say hello to your wife. All right. Okay, let's take up item number 5. This is a public comment. Public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this public body. We also take public comment generally where it's appropriate throughout the agenda and at the end of each. So we'll have also public comment at the beginning and end of the Redevelopment Authority. Anybody? Anybody? I don't see any. Okay, then let's move to item number 6 for possible action, approval of the minutes of February 21st, 2019. Everybody had a chance to look at those?
Yep. Move to approve the minutes of the Carson City Board of Supervisors for February 21st, 2019 as presented.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Thank you. Okay. On the agenda, any changes to the agenda, City Manager? We're going to pull one anyway, I know, this afternoon.
Yes, we're going to pull just the one this afternoon.
The one this afternoon?
What's the number? 28A.
That's the RV park one for everybody who's
Yes, that will come up on the next
don't
meeting.
know it by numbers. So there will not be an afternoon session. There might be if we go long here today, but the appeal from the Planning Commission to us on the RV park out near the airport will not be heard today. Any other changes? Board members? I don't see any. Okay, then without objection, we'll take the agenda as published with the exception of 28. Is it? Hang on a minute, make sure I get that right. 28A, okay, thank you, guys. All right, now let's all adjourn down to the floor and do some special presentations. Good morning, how you doing, Mel?
How are you?
All right.
You're not prepared,
Oh, you're prepared.
There we go.
This was 5 years, we're gonna do 5 first, or
We always do the,
least?
Yeah.
All right.
we can do it backwards.
No, let's do it like this. Okay, let's do it like this, all right. You guys are laughing too much, all right. That's a good sign. On behalf of Carson City, we'd like to present a longevity award to Nicholas Wentworth. Nicholas, where are you? Come on up. Parks Maintenance Coordinator. For 5 years, a continuous service for our great community. Nicholas, I want to say, parks are a great part of what makes a community. And it's green space, makes people feel better. And sometimes, we look at parks as being kind of on the low end of the totem pole when it comes to funding and all that stuff. But in reality, and I think the sheriff will tell you this, that, a community that has great parks has lower crime. So keep doing a great job. We expect more time out of you, but thank you for your 5 years. Here you go, and come on up here.
Thank you.
Here you go. Craig Cook. Where's Craig? He's on call? Oh, boy. Shall I read that over the air to him? Probably not the right thing to do, huh? Okay. Well, tell him I was going to read it over the air to him. We'll give it to him. Okay. Jason Wildblood. Morning, Jason. How are you? Good. Deputy Sheriff for 15 years of continuous and dedicated service to Carson City. Jason, I know we got some other uniformed officers here. I just want to say, for all of you uniformed officers that are cops, the sheriff mentioned to me when I was getting ready to do the State of the City address that, the crime rate in Carson City is the lowest it's been in 23 years. And then I was talking to Mr. Sandage there, I call him Mr. GQ. We hear those numbers that there's been a drop in, the crime rate is down, which is a good thing. I mean, it might give Kenny some time to sleep at night, because you're always out running around. But sometimes we don't think about what exactly that means in terms of how do you get to that point. Because it takes consistent effort at all levels and all demographics of our community to make crime rates go down. And I think, I say it on behalf of all of us in the community and our board, our police department, our sheriff's office, is one of the finest in the United States, and that's because of you folks. And so thank you for 15 years of service to us. We look forward to about 45 more. Tom Miller. Morning, Thomas. The same speech would go to you, because I know you're all wearing a uniform, and we couldn't be more proud to present a longevity award to you for 15 years of continuous and dedicated service to Carson City. On behalf of a grateful community, please accept our sincere thanks and gratitude, and we look forward to 15 more years. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, there you go. All right, come on. Rafi. Atasian, is that did I do that right? Pretty close. Well, Atasian. Okay, so how do I say that, right? It's Rafi, right? Yeah. And then the last name?
Atasian.
Atasian, okay. Driver operator. So tell me what that means.
Responding to all calls, making sure my crew is safe to and from calls, making sure we have water supply, everything else we need, making sure the apparatus is ready. For the most part.
He drives the engine. Well, that's kind of important. That's kind of important. But it's like with the police. We have a wonderful community, and one of the goals I think of our fire department is to, if you got a problem, we want to attack it within 4 minutes. That sometimes causes drivers to have to really move along. But just as our cops, we have great employees in our fire department too. So we'd like to thank you for 15 years of continuous and dedicated service to our great community. Thank you, Rafi. Okay, all right. Oh, who's this guy? Who's that? Wayne. Wayne Wheeler, my buddy. Everybody's buddy. Well, Wayne put me on, Kenny I was trying to ride a motorcycle, one of the police motorcycles for the Nevada Day Parade. I was on there with Wayne, put me on there, and then I had to go fess up. Wayne, I just too old. I don't have it anymore. I can't do it. And I thought he was going to say, Mayor, you're just a wuss, but you didn't. So Wayne, this is for 20 years of continuous and dedicated service to Carson City. A large part, Wayne, of why we're so successful in this community. Keep it up and keep everything going. Thanks from a heartfelt thanks for all of us. So Wayne, I don't know how you get 20 more years, but if you can do it, do it. All right, come on up here.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to get up in the picture? Primker, come on up. Anybody? Come on, you guys, get everybody up here. Come on, Sheriff, come on, get up here. Ken, you all stand together. Come on. Let's see. Get over here, Kenny. I'm gonna go.
You got to stand behind me. I'm not very tall.
There you go, like that. That's perfect. Okay. Like Duke and Maryland, huh? Pull stuff on you.
That's almost impossible. You could have helped me out and reverse that, Bob. Although Brad's not that much taller, yeah. Yeah. Just thanks. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's take up the consent agenda. Any member of the public want anything pulled from the consent agenda for individual discussion? I don't see any board members who want to pull anything to talk about. Somebody make a motion then?
No.
You're fired up today, man. That's good.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of items 9, A and B, 10, and 11.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Thank you. Okay. Let's now take up item 13, purchasing and contracts. This is discussion and possible action on determination that the Garden Shop Nursery Landscaping Division is the lowest and responsible bidder pursuant to Chapter 338 of Nevada Revised Statutes and award contract 18-19-192. This relates to the Ross Gold Park. Who's doing this? Jennifer? Carol? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Supervisors, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. We're super excited to be here finally. This has been a long time coming. We've gone out to the bid on this project before. We're over the engineer's estimate previously, value engineered the project. I think in the end, we have a better project as well. I did want to talk about, I know Supervisor Bagwell really wants to see that alternate 3, as do staff, to make that happen. We've really crunched the numbers, looked back at the budget, all of the grants. We're recommending, for your consideration, awarding the bid with an 8% contingency. So the base bid, the 3 alternates, the total of that would be $414,789.50. With an 8% contingency, it would be $33,183.16. With a total bid award, with everything, $447,972.66. And we have adequate funds for that.
Questions of either Carol or Jennifer? Anybody? Public want to weigh in on this? Anybody? You ready for a motion? Go ahead. Supervisor Bagwell, thank you.
I move to determine that Garden Shop Nursery Landscaping Division, Inc. is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to NRS Chapter 338, and to award contract number 1819-192, Ross Gold Park Playground Replacement and ADA Access Project to Garden Shop Nursery Landscaping Division, Inc. for a total not to exceed of $447,972.66. So that's an 8% contingency and awarding all 3 alternate bids.
Okay, this one does. I brought a picture, I didn't bring it, Lori brought it very nicely, brought a picture of my granddaughter with me, and so I'm using this as a shield, because I got the luck of the draw for Irish Day to talk to you about your board policies and stuff, and next year it's a leap year, so we don't get to do St. Patrick's Day until Tuesday. So, how about that for a start, okay? Yes, this is an action item or possible action item to consider a proposed amendment to the Policies and Procedures Manual, revising the conflicts provision which prohibits city employees from appointment to these boards and commissions. Mr. Mayor, this is kind of on you folks. I get to introduce it, but it is your guys' policies and we certainly want to abide by them, to as much as possible. Sometimes we make an error and don't realize something, and we come to you folks and put you in a bad position.
Well, I think we found, the error's not on your side or the applicant's side. I think the error is on my side, and I talk that personally because, I should have seen that one of the applicants was a city employee who's a very qualified applicant and who fits really well with the 9/11 one. And so I think it's timely that we talk about this. And I don't know where we're going to go with it, but, I'm sure others have got some thoughts. But one way of solving this issue might be to say, city employees are allowed to apply for boards and commissions, but a preference will be given to non-city employees. They're allowed to apply, but a preference will go to the non-city employees. I don't know if it works or not, but I throw that out. So, got any other comments that you want?
I think that does work. Just because this is there doesn't suggest that, well, the door's open, wide open. I think that it would in reality be on a case-by-case basis presented to you folks is why that exception to the standard rule was appropriate at the time, and then in the collective vote would determine which way you chose to go for those things. But we do have good city employees. We have great city employees, as you just said. Some of them go on in life. They retire. They join on to commissions while they're retired, and they're extremely valuable members. Some of our employees don't hold that full-time status. Some of them come back and work hourly rates or part-time positions. We cherish that knowledge. And if that knowledge is to the benefit of the Board of Supervisors or to the Board or Commission that is unique to the presentation, then I think that this allows this board to make decisions that are appropriate. I know that I faced a similar policy practice years and years ago. As I said, I wanted all staff to be living in Carson. Well, what if that best person doesn't live right smack in Carson? We still want the best persons. And so having that ability to make good judgments, good decisions, I think that this policy change would allow you that.
Stacy.
So when we first adopted the 911, I think a lot of this has to do with the 911 surcharge advisory committee. When we first brought that law forward, the board didn't have a policy on not allowing city employees, and we struggled to fill people with knowledge of the 911 system because that's a requirement of that board, committee, or commission. And so absent city employees, we would not have had a board. So I'm in support of this. The concern that I have, I guess, are two. One is that I don't think a city employee should be serving on a board, committee, or commission that they have direct hierarchical responsibility for. So, I mean, we shouldn't have a Parks employee on the Parks and Rec Commission. So that's the first caveat that I have. And secondarily, I think we should have it in such a way that the way this is written, it almost makes it sound like we can make the decision at the board meeting that we can exempt a city employee. But I would prefer, as the mayor said, that if we do something, that it's done in a way that everyone knows ahead of time that a city employee can apply. because I don't think it's fair to our citizens who apply to not have that knowledge, or anyone who applies really, to not have that knowledge ahead of time. So I would not like to see us just make the decision at the time, which this almost suggests to me, the way it's written, that's what we would do. I'm getting a Kenny look. But, I mean, because it says, this provision may be waived in part or in whole by the Board of Supervisors if at its sole discretion, the board determines that such a waiver is in the best interest of the city. So I guess there's a way to do that so that the waiver's instituted ahead of time, but that means that it has to come to the board before we open it. So there's really no way to do that. So I'm sure we can craft some language. Those are the two things that are most important to me. But I support city employees being on them, because in some cases, they're the only way we're going to fill them with people who are knowledgeable about what we're talking about.
I think I'm pretty much in support of what Mr. Giome's discussing. And so currently, we have the city manager's office vets the applicants that apply for boards and commissions to determine that they have or have not met the qualifications for the position, so that we don't have people coming that we have to reject for technical reasons, not because they're not a good applicant. So I'm trying to wonder if potentially we should craft, and whether or not we want to stay in compliance with the open meeting law. Do we want to give the mayor or someone the authority to say that one can be filled by an employee? So maybe the city managers gets the applications and said, look, we only have one applicant, it's an employee, they're good. Mr. Mayor, do you want to waive it? The condition? Because we can't waive in advance and violate we just can't do that. We can't be emailed to us in advance and any decisions made.
And it's ineffective.
Right, but maybe.
And it's ineffective to come here
maybe-
before we open every,
Right.
we have every
Right.
vacancy.
That's what I said, maybe we
to
just
ask.
say that the mayor and the city manager can consult and determine whether the employee can come forward for interview. Because it really should, I agree, it should be on only if the position can't be filled by the public and the technical needs, as you say, the employee can really lend their knowledge to, but it should be because we can't fill it with a citizen. So those are just some of my thoughts.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel that this discussion is going in the right direction, but I'm not sure where it's going to land. I would point out that I think Dan is going over these boards and commissions for recommendations later to us, and in a different sense. I've made the point before that we sit on some boards and commissions and we don't sit on others as board members. I have also made the point that as the leaders of the city, including the city manager, that we should not ask people not to do things or to do things that we will or won't do. So I think that Stacy's heading in the right direction when he talks about not in a hierarchical, but people who are city employees can serve on other types of commissions that don't have to do with their work experience. We serve on various ones as board members and as leaders of the city. I don't think we should stop city people from serving on them. But if it's, as Stacy said, Parks and Rec shouldn't be somebody on Parks and Rec commissions. And I think we can get language crafted like that and bring it back and maybe make the exception for this surcharge or whatever we're doing for the sheriff today. And so that's the final point I'll make.
We were talking about this yesterday, but if there's a board or commission that meets at night and a city employee is on that board or commission, do they get overtime?
Shouldn't.
No, because it's a voluntary committee or commission.
We're clear on that, right? It's, and it's a voluntary, so you're not getting paid for that. It's the same as the rest of us.
Right, because it's not in their job description. You know, it's not one of their duties.
We need to put
as a
something
city
like that in
employee.
our ordinance, in our policy. I mean, just to refer that, if you don't, Don't worry about it. Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Public comments? Oh, John, Brad, go ahead.
Just to follow up to just what you asked, the flip side of that is if the committee meets during the day and it's a city employee, do they have to clock out?
I would assume, yes, that they'd have to take, their lunch at that time or use some sort of annual leave to be able to attend.
What do you think about that, Sheriff? On their own time, whether it's day or night?
It can be very, very easily accomplished through administrative leave type, so that they're not receiving daily hour rates during their meetings. But if I use the 911 surcharge committee as an example, it does meet in the daytime. And so removing them from that straight pay and putting them on, to use that administrative leave is probably a good idea. It is.
All right. Supervisor Bagwell, go.
Can I clarify, is an administrative leave a paid status? You need to go to an unpaid status so that they're not in an employee relationship. I think that's what we're after here, right? When I think that's the reason that you really don't usually want to appoint employees, because you get into a whole bunch of additional issues that we don't necessarily want to address, but I think they have to be in an unpaid status so that they're not on city time. That's the objective, and I think it needs to be clear to any employee that's applying for a board, you're not going to be in paid status.
I think these are all, really valid questions for consideration. I mean, one of the things that, kind of come to mind right here off the bat is, I think the clarifying revisions to the existing provision in the BCC Policies and Procedures Manual, on behalf of the Sheriff's Office is intended to be brought here today for consideration because the existing language, in my opinion, is a little ambiguous. It's subject to varying opinions and interpretations. And so notwithstanding this very last provision of the proposed revision, everything else is just a restatement of the existing provision in the Policies and Procedures Manual. It just rewrites it, it makes it clear. The last provision is really what's new, and that provides a little bit of latitude for the city's policy decision makers, namely the Board of Supervisors, in making appointments and selections of applicants for certain boards and committees and commissions under those very particular circumstances where it would be in the best interest of the city to waive that requirement that you can't be a city employee. You would have that flexibility to do so with respect to, for example, the 911 surcharge committee. There are some other valid points that are being raised on the record today with respect to, for example, what do you do with the status of an employee? That's something that can also be incorporated into the amendment. So for example, if you wanted to make that sort of a discretionary exemption on the record, we're going to be appointing John Doe to this committee because it's in the best interest of the city. This person is the most qualified. And in fact, if we don't appoint this employee, we don't have a committee. However, this person is also an employee. So what do? I mean, under those circumstances, if you wanted to, we could provide additional language in here that would affect the status of that employee's employment. If the meeting has to be during the daytime, that's again at your discretion. There's another concern that was raised on the record, which is, well, what do we do about this gatekeeping sort of a concern? Do we just allow everyone to apply and we vet that on the record? That's probably inefficient. Supervisor Bagwell had presented an option, which is to designate that authority to rest with the city manager's office in consultation with the mayor ahead of time. That sort of consultation can also take place with various department heads or staff liaison who's responsible for staffing those types of committees. But I agree, that would certainly be an open meeting law concern because we don't want to make any of those decisions in advance off the record. But lots of things to think about, but the primary reason for bringing this before this body today on behalf of the sheriff is because, we wanted some clarification.
Stacy, then John.
I mean, the number of boards, committees, and commissions we have are finite. What if we built into the policy where we will and will not allow a city employee and under what conditions? right up front. Just put all of the boards, committees, commissions in the policy and state that, for instance, we will accept a city employee in Parks and Rec, provided they're not a Parks and Rec employee. We will accept a city employee in the 911 surcharge committee. Then we could just delineate whatever conditions we may want to place on a city employee being on a given board, committee, or commission.
That's an option. You can certainly do that. I would maybe, want to remind the board that perhaps the existing number of boards and committees and commissions are finite at this time. Certainly statutory committees, those committees that are required by state law are finite, subject to, any additional enactments of law, after this legislative session, of course. But then also with respect to our 244, Chapter 244 authorities, which is inherent with the governing body of a local government, such as the Board of Supervisors, you can create advisory bodies as well, which are also BCCs and governed by the Policies and Procedures Manual. So in that sense, it's not truly finite indefinitely, it's finite at this moment. And if you wanted to proceed with an approach like that to identify everything in the list, we would just have to, be careful and mindful of revisiting the BCC policies and procedures on a periodic basis and make those amendments as necessary.
It seems like it would be simple enough to, if we decide to put together another board, committee, or commission like the task force that we just did on the rifle range, we make a determination at the time whether a city employee is allowed, and in this case, we did allow in city employees because it was critical to making good decisions and the task force. So anyway, that'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, that all sounds good to me. I would add the recommendation that if my colleagues agree that only one, in other words, if you're not being your field as not a Parks employee on the Parks and Rec, but a city employee can only be on one, not more than one, if they get chosen in the lottery of getting on. Secondarily, I may be off base here, but we, as board members, are city employees. I assume there may be some other statutory thing that makes it okay for us as city employees to sit on Parks and Rec or whatever. But I keep making that point because we exempt ourselves if we're like the legislature then, if we say, oh, well, we can be on it, but no city employee can be on it.
Just going back to what Stacy said about stating the committees, I think it needs to be more broad than that. And the example I would use is when we used to have a practice of including fee schedules in the ordinance rather than as an addendum to the ordinance. And then what happens is that they're immediately outdated because they change all the time. So I would not be in favor of stating all the committees. I think the language needs to be more broad, or we append the ordinance with an addendum that states it so that we have the ability to change it without changing the ordinance.
Well, following up on that, that's kind of what I had in mind when I said, we give city employees can apply, but if there's a contest between a city employee and a non-public employee, that the preference will go to the non-city employee. Just to make it clear that we're not stacking committees, because I think we need to, we need to make sure that we're clear that if we're going to put city employees on, I agree with Stacy, it's a good idea to do that in most cases. But we want to make sure that we're not going down the road of getting a charge leveled at us, that we're really trying to stack a committee with public employees that we can, that report to us. So whatever we do, I think we need to have it clear, and I think we have to have it clear in the ordinance that if a city employee is there, that the rules provide that it's not a paid position, and we're going to have to find some way to clock them out and clock them back in, because I think they should serve at the same, it's a volunteer position, they should serve at the same level as non-city employees. So Just my 2 cents. If somebody wants to try a motion, we can finesse whatever we want to do, or public want to weigh in on this one first? Anybody? Everybody's silent. Nobody wants to talk about this one.
asleep.
Whoa. All right, all right. Go.
I just wanted to go back to what John said too, his comment about us as elected sitting on boards, commissions. That's always bugged me as well. And, my feeling is that if you're an elected and you're on the committee and you actually participate or vote, that you're influencing what the committee members do. And so my feeling has always been that if we're there, that we should be there as an ad hoc member, non-voting member. So we're there as a liaison and not as an influencer, because I've experienced that where if I'm sitting there and I have nothing to say and just listen, I can communicate that back here. If I say something, you can see the influence that it has on the other members because they really don't want to go up against you. So that would be my preference.
I agree.
Lori?
So there's positives and negatives about us serving on boards, just like we're talking about employees serving on boards. So I'll just give I completely disagree. RTC needs board members. It is a final authority in awards contracts. So I disagree. I think we as board members must sit on that one, and I think statutorily we do anyway, but I think you have to, it's just like these. Every commission has a different charge, duty, and authority, and based on those, the decision might be pro or con about having us sit. I know sitting on Parks and Recreation, I think it's helpful when it comes to the budget arena, and I'm not going to disagree with you that they look to me to help them on that. I'm not going to disagree because obviously it does, but it's better than them sometimes languishing too and just spinning wheels, and then they get so upset when they get to this level and don't get anything that they voted on. And they say, well, why didn't you just tell us that? Why didn't you give us the information, Lori, that the Board of Supervisors has been contemplating for 6 months that, for instance, we want to work on Ross Gold Park, and that the Board of Supervisors set that as a priority so that they know. So there's a pro and con to each answer.
I don't know who was first, John and then Brad. Go, Brad, go.
I was just going to say, as an ad hoc member, though, you still participate. You can still help. You're just not voting, so you're not influencing the vote of the others.
The reason I said I agree with Brad is that generally speaking, that's the way I've tried to approach it, particularly say at the airport authority, to just listen, participate, and vote, since we are supposed to vote, but not influence. And it's a very delicate line to walk when you do have a vote. I'll use newspaper terminology. Threw my weight around recently at the rec committee and said I would like to see $26,000 for cleaning up the downtown, and that was put in. I don't know whether we'll do it or not. And to Lori's point, I don't think that one member of a committee can say, "Oh, we know what the board's going to do ahead of time." That's the implication you left by saying what you said, because I can't speak for the other 4 of you. So if I go into committee and don't tell them something that I suspect is the way we're going to go, I'm overstepping my bounds if I say, "Oh, I think the board will knock that down." But that's not exactly what you said. I agree. But what you did say was that the board would, or the commission would like to hear from you ahead of time if you didn't think that the board was going to, or that the board was doing something and they've been doing it all along. The members of these committees need to keep track of what we're doing too, so that they realize where we may be headed. But I agree with Brad that it would be better in most cases. You're right, the RTC needs us. The Planning Commission doesn't have us, which is probably proper. And both those committees have authority. I think this points out that the whole thing is difficult to craft language that covers every exigency.
I'm willing to try a motion.
Yeah, I think we're about there. Give it a shot, Stacy. Let's try.
Okay. And I'm not addressing the last few comments in this motion. So the motion is that I move to direct staff to draft an update to the boards, committees, and commissions' policies and procedures manual that allows for said committees and commissions to be filled by city employees with the provision that they are not serving on a board, committee, or commission that's in the same department that they're in, and that city employee applications would be considered secondary to citizens who are non-employees.
Would you accept limited to one for each employee?
And I will, and I would accept that, and that only one city employee, well, I wouldn't put that in there, because I think like on 911, it doesn't work. So I would rather not put that in there.
What I meant was that an employee could only serve on one committee, not that
Oh.
you could have more than one employee on a committee.
Okay, well, I think that rule is already in there, that you can only, yeah. So my motion stands.
I'm going to give you a second so we can go on
Yeah.
discussion.
All right.
Did you guys get that, the motion? Okay.
Dan, could I ask you before we go further discussion on that motion, does that take care of situations where there's a statutory requirement? I don't know if there's anyone that has statutory requirement, it has to be. Would we be violating any statute that may preclude that? I mean, I think, what I'm trying to say is, there are certain boards and commissions where public, employees, including this board, are named by statute to sit on boards and commissions, and there are a number of them. So I don't want to tamper with that. I don't want to step on that statute, those statutes, so.
Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. I think that the lead-in language for the proposed revision probably takes care of that. And I'll just state that for the record, except as otherwise provided in this paragraph or as otherwise required or expressly authorized by law. So that should cover those circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion, Supervisor Bagwell?
So for clarity's sakes on the motion, are you still including the other proposed language that dealt with the contractors, vendors?
Yeah,
That we're
actually-
keeping, I just like clarity on the record for that.
Yeah, I would leave, of the
B.
proposed revision that was presented.
3.
Under number D, I would leave number 3 in place.
Okay, thank you.
And it would also be my desire that come back to us then after you've drafted it for final approval. If the seconder would agree.
Yes.
The seconder does agree, but let me ask while we're talking about this, Dan, I may be way off base, but isn't number 3 on the draft that we have? Doesn't the ethics and government law already cover that, about the same language?
No.
I mean, I think it does. Public employees cannot have an interest in a contract.
Well, they're not,
Well, this isn't an
No.
employee, these are vendors,
yeah, this is saying a vendor can't be on a board, committee, or commission.
and they're employees. Yeah, if it's
Oh, okay.
a
All right.
landscape
I got
company
you.
or
All
something.
right. All right.
It's a little broader, I think, in this
All right.
provision.
Further discussion? Anybody?
Just one item.
Go.
The question being, I don't have a problem with it coming back, but we currently have a vacancy on the 911. Do we want to indicate, right? Don't we have a vacancy on that one
I don't
that we're
think,
trying to fill?
I don't think we can do that under the
If
open
you,
meeting law.
if you wanted me to throw it in, I don't think we
Yeah, I
want
can,
to
because we
address
can
the
say
911 committee.
with
I
the
think this
exception
is your
911 right
policy
now.
that we're addressing.
Right.
Wait a minute.
We do or don't have a vacancy? We do. We have one vacancy, right?
That commission has a flexible number of members. It's not a set number of members, it's a range of members. I think the number is 5 to 7, if I'm going by memory. And so if,
We have enough for a quorum?
well, I don't know the answer to that.
That's what
just
I'm
saying.
asking. You've got enough that are coming to get the quorum. Okay, then we're.
We okay? John, go.
Last discussion. Good job.
All right, we've had discussion, the motion. Anybody else want to weigh in, even though we're on discussion? I don't see anybody. Everybody clear on the motion? Supervisor Jomi, you want to say the motion again, and Supervisor Bagwell, make sure so we've got it all out here, okay?
Kathy is going to bail me out.
Move to direct staff to draft an update to the boards, commissions, and committees' policies and procedures manual that allows for said BCCs to be filled by city employees with the provision that they are not serving on a BCC that is in the same department as they are in, and that the city employee applications would be considered secondary to citizens who are non-employees. Of the proposed revision, paragraph D, leave number 3 in place, and also request staff to return to the board with a draft for final approval.
Way to make me sound brilliant. Thank you.
Was there an unpaid status? I thought he had unpaid status. An unpaid status. They have to be an unpaid status.
I will accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Further discussion? Maker of the motion has accepted a friendly amendment. On the motion, as amended, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Gotta get
There
that.
it is.
Hang on.
Thanks.
Okay, done.
Yeah, that was more fun this morning, wasn't it?
All right. Good job, folks. All right, let's take up a money one. Tad, do you want to come up and talk to us about pre-sentencing?
Tad Fletcher, Chief of DAS for the record.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on, this is item number 15, alternative sentencing, and I think to set the stage for you, Tad, that the Supreme Court has been has been talking about for the last couple of years. They've had a commission looking at pretrial release programs with the idea of not forcing everybody to get to bail and things of that nature. And it's our sense that they're getting about, the Supreme Court's getting ready to issue that order that requires counties in this state to adopt a pretrial release program using the template that the Supreme Court has adopted. And so that's where we are today. I know you've done some analysis. Tell us where you think we are and what the analysis shows. I mean, I don't know that we have to do anything today, but we definitely need to ring the bell.
Right.
Okay.
Well, currently, looking at surrounding counties, Washoe County is using pretrial services, which are district court employees that are assigned to the jail, and they do an assessment on every individual that is arrested, and the assessments, before a person can be released, they're completing the assessments. They're not allowed to bail until. Douglas County has their detention staff doing it. Churchill County has their detention staff doing it. The only other two in the state currently doing it is City of Las Vegas. They were part of the pilot program, and they were doing it through pretrial services for one of their municipal courts, which I'm sure they're having the same problem because their detention side, I can't imagine if they have to do it for every single court. It's going to be a nightmare down there. And then White Pine County's using their detention staff. Here in Carson, if DAS has to do this, we're going to need 3 bodies. We don't have the manpower to get this done. The assessments need to be complete and attached to the probable cause forms that go out around 6 a.m. I've talked to the judges, and they said they could be functional in the process and work with us, and as long as they have them as late as 8, maybe 9 a.m., because there's no way we could staff 24 hours a day and assess someone every time they're arrested if we have to do it. So we'd have to come in early and try to get the process going. there's going to be days that they're going to be in the jail the majority of their shift, and there'd be days during the middle of the week where they may not be down there. Which is why if we do it, I'm asking for sworn officers so I can keep them busy and do dual purposes during light days, so we don't have an employee that's kind of just sitting there stagnant. I feel that if DS puts a pretrial service officer, civilian down there, we have limited functions that we could use them for if there is downtime. Where if we had sworn officers, we could have them out there working on our caseload and doing transports and other activities. So that's kind of where we're at.
Ted, what about a combination of sworn and unsworn? Because when you're looking at the money here, there's $100,000 difference between hiring 3 sworn versus 3 not sworn. But I understand what you're saying too. You factored in overtime. Do you know what that overtime number is?
I don't. It's hard to drill down, but what I would do if I had someone in the jail doing assessments during the graveyard shift, instead of calling one of our on-call officers and waking them up, they get a half hour for the phone call, plus they get on-call pay. If I had someone available in the middle of the night, we could call those people and have them take care of those kind of holds, and that's one reason we'd ask for a sworn person to do that. And then when they come in, we could do the ad books, we could do the drug testing, and we could do other functions like that.
Let me rephrase my question.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase my question. If you had 2 sworn officers and 1 unsworn, would that still alleviate the overtime? You would have 2 sworn officers that during downtime you could use, but then we wouldn't incur quite as much of the cost, and it seems like we would still be able to handle all the functions.
Yeah, that would work. My philosophy behind the 3 is if we have 2 people trying to cover 7 days a week and one goes on vacation, calls in sick, has FMLA or whatever it is, the amount of overtime we'd have to cover, where the third one, we could double up on the busy shift or slide them over. If we'd have 2 sworn and 1 civilian, and then we took the non-sworn person and filled into that, they could fill the void, but it would be at a limited capacity. But it would work. If that makes sense.
Okay,
Well,
Stacy?
yeah, I mean, they could fill the role that you're needing them for
Right.
in terms of the pretrial determination. They just couldn't fill the field role.
Right.
And my question is, since there's this ebb and flow, busy one time, not busy the other, relative to what Brad said, what if you did 2 sworn and 1 contract employee? Or someone who's just a part-time, non-city employee that if you use them, great. If you don't use them, great. Then we're not putting a whole employee, on the books.
Right.
And you don't have to worry about finding something for them to do when there isn't anything for them to do.
Yeah, the one problem that we have with it, because I've looked at that too, and that would work, is the recruitment of that part-time person and the retention of that person.
Yeah.
We're currently down 1 and getting ready to have a second hourly person go down, and the recruitment, trying to find people that are qualified that want to do that. It seems when we get sworn retirees that want to come in, they're there for the long term. They're guys, most of them you don't have to worry about. They come in, they function, they do well. When we get the non-sworn, it seems like they're there for 3-4 months till they find the next job that's going to pay them something, and they're going that way. So that's kind of where we run into.
And I assume that the courts aren't here, the sheriff is here. I assume that the detention staff can't do this. It's not a function that detention can do with current staffing. The same with the courts. My assumption is they're not wanting to take this on like Douglas County or Lyon County is.
Right. If the sheriff's office did it, they would need bodies too. I know when we go down there, they're busy. And we run into problems when we go down to do some of the functions for the courts, that they are short-staffed, and we have to work around their feeding times or any of the movements of the inmates. And so they would need bodies too.
Lori?
So can all of the functions that need to be accomplished, is everything accessible and can be done at night?
Yes.
So what I'm really trying to understand is how much time, well, let me step back just a moment for the public. We're probably more familiar than they are that might be listening. So currently, it's a bail schedule. So so-and-so committed XYZ booked crime, he goes to a bail schedule, and the judge, he can get released if bond is posted. Now you're saying we're gonna have to do these risk assessments to make the determination for the judge whether or not he can be out, and he'd be out with no money. So under the current system, those arrested are paying for the cost because they're paying it through bail, right? 15% of whatever the bail amount or cash, whatever the way they do. Now, this is transferring a cost to the local governments that used to be handled by bail, correct?
Well, with the way the commission, when we put this together, the goal is to make sure that those people that should be in jail remain in jail and those that aren't. So the single parent with a few kids that gets a DUI first and they're established in the community, get them released. Don't create a bigger financial burden for that person where you have the person that's committed more serious crimes and has a more serious criminal history, remains in jail and is not a threat to our society. That's kind of the a quick version of the bail reform that's coming across our country. It's moving fast. Several states have gone to it. Within our committee with Justice Hardesty, we had a subcommittee that's actually touching on the bail reform, trying to go through and do a bail study where all the counties, so if you commit one crime in one county, the bail's
Same.
the same in another.
That makes sense.
But the goal is we're waiting to kind of see what the order is. During the committee, it was spoken about that the person can bail prior to the judge reviewing the probable cause sheet, or they can wait till the judge gets that with the assessment. At that time, the judge can OR off the recommendation of the assessment. But we're waiting to see the order. The order could come out and say the person remains in jail till the assessment's reviewed by the judge, so.
So we don't have, I'm just trying to determine if bail is going away. You do an assessment and it says you're not a threat to the community or whatever, so out you go, or no, you stay.
Right, if
mean,
bail goes, they're gonna have to go in and touch on our state constitution. There's several states that have gone completely away from the bail system. And it's a fight. The bail bondsmen are fighting it hard. I mean, it's a huge industry for them, and we've battled over that since 2015 on the committee, so.
Well, and you may have a lot of employees to select for these positions that are well-trained in, particularly what's on here is a bunch of bail bondsmen will be eligible. Okay, thank you.
Stacy, can I ask you on the theory of a contract employee? Does that create a union issue?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. We're doing it in other places in the city. I mean, we use temporary employees in other places. We use part-time employees in other places. I just don't think based on, I mean, Tad knows his department. I'm just offering it as a suggestion because, a $350,000 pill is a pretty big pill to swallow, especially when, there's no money coming from the courts to pay for it. And if we can save some money, yeah. And I know the rates you come up with, and you'll normalize that with the HR department, because I'm thinking like sheriff support specialists aren't paid that rate. And if they're doing very similar work, so I think maybe we can adjust the pay a little bit. But even if we did that, you're only saving, about $30,000. Yeah, no, I don't feel there would be an issue.
Yeah, I always wonder about, when you hire a contract employee to take the position of a full-time employee, whether or not you are.
Well, it's not full-time. So in this scenario, we're deciding how the scenario is going to be laid out. I guess I would agree with you. If we had a PERS position that was in place now, and we pulled it out of PERS and put a manpower employee in there, then yeah, we're going to get sideways with PERS. But in this case, it's a position we're creating, and we're deciding whether it needs to be full-time or not full-time. I mean, that's what Tad needs to decide. I don't think it would be an issue with PERS.
Couple other questions, Tad. What's the timeline for the public to know? What's the timeline when we might have to implement this?
We're waiting to find out when the order comes down from the Supreme Court. We did the public hearings in February. we're waiting to see what the order says. The order could say we're going to do it July 1, it could be January 1, it could be May 1st. We don't know.
Do you have any input to that?
It's all, they heard the hearings in there, it's all in review right now with the Supreme Court.
This is in chambers right now.
Did anyone from the city comment on when we'd like to see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We've been involved in this. I mean, either Tad or me or, and I don't know if Adriana or Nancy's been over there, but I've been following it, and I know Tad's been following it when I'm not there. You know, I asked Justice Hardesty, you know, the pretrial release program, the risk assessment seems to be a good idea because bail can be unfair to certain people. But I asked him, I said, you know, where are we supposed to get the money for this? And of course, you get the usual, well, I don't know. But I think, you know, we need to keep an eye on what's at the legislature, so that if this comes out during the legislature, during this session, that we find, at least hopefully there's some bill, and I know there's a judicial reform bill that's out there, that Judge Wilson's working on, you know, to kind of, and maybe somebody ought to talk to Judge Wilson about if we can use some of those funds, because there's kind of a grant fund in there to finance these. But I think we need to start looking pretty hard at that. Okay. All right, anything else? It's an interesting issue. You're right, it's been going across the country.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, this is for information only. Public comment, anybody want to weigh in? I don't see any. Okay, we ready to move on then? All right. Go find the money, Tad. Okay. All right, let's take up item 16, finance. This is a resolution renaming the sewer fund to wastewater fund. Good morning. How you doing, Sherry?
I'm doing great, thanks. So I'm Sherry Russell, CFO for the record. So the sewer fund has been the sewer fund since before 1951, before we were a consolidated municipality. And it just does a lot more now. It deals with wastewater treatment. We have effluent. It does more. So we're looking to change it to the wastewater fund as opposed to the sewer
Why do we need
fund.
board approval to change the name of a fund?
It's just a resolution, so everybody knows everybody's on board with the name change. The Board of State Taxation needs a resolution,
Okay,
so they need to know what's going on too.
okay. Supervisor Bagwell.
So my question really goes for the tracking. So before I change names on funds and things like that, I'm always concerned that I lose continuity. So through an audit process, the people see the title of a fund, and when you look to a prior year, they don't see restated, renamed, and how long do we tell the public? So my caution is I don't like to lose audit history. And so that's what starts happening is I pull the audit last year and say, what happened to the sewer fund? Oh, we have a new fund, the wastewater. How are we going to denote it so that the public and everyone is aware that's the same fund? It's not a new fund and we lost a fund.
Yeah, in the CAFR, we'll have to document the fact that there was a name change. So it'll be very evident in the CAFR, all over the CAFR, because it's a major fund. So it'll be very evident. We'll make sure it's in the budget as well, because as we're preparing the 2020 budget, that's why it's before you today, is we want to change it there so that all of 2020 is under the same name. And then, of course, we'll document very carefully everywhere. I believe that, well, I can let Darren talk, but I think on the website, we're going to make sure everybody knows what fund is, the name of the fund changed. We'll do everything we can to notify the public. And I mean, it's kind of like CCVB changed their name to CCTA. We just have to make sure it's documented really well this year, so that if we do go back, we can say, well, what happened? And then it's documented everywhere. Oh, it changed the name.
So one of the other things is, before we do this, is what's the pot, why? What's the gain? What's wrong with leaving it as the sewer fund? I mean,
Darren Schultz for the record, I can answer that. So the fund, like she said, was created some 70 years ago. And 70 years ago, what we did is, collected sewer out of pipes and put it in the river. And a lot has changed since then. Further, in terms of the division, the utility, we're doing a lot more than just sewer. So to get the right name describing what we're doing. Furthermore, within the fund today, within the sewer fund, there's two sets of accounting numbers. One is for sewer and one is for treatment. Well, that group, that division, that utility is all one. And we're cross-training back and forth so that somebody on the sewer crew can also work on maintenance in the water reclamation plant. And somebody that's working on effluent. So the idea is that everybody is under one umbrella and that the title of that umbrella accurately reflects what we're trying to do out there.
Okay. Brad and then Stacy.
Will the account numbers change?
No.
Okay, so
No,
if
the
you were
account numbers
gonna,
won't
if you were gonna do an audit, you're working
No,
out the
but-
same account numbers?
Yes.
the public doesn't see any of that. They only see the header of the title in the audits, but anyway.
If I look at a financial statement, I'm going to account numbers, because
You
that's
don't
how you
see
do
them in an
your,
audit. There's no account numbers.
if you're pulling information, you're asking for information from account numbers. You're asking for line items. So if I'm asking for information, I'm saying I want this account, this account, this account. What am I missing?
Well, I'm saying in the CAFR, in the audit report, it is not. It's just titles, and it'll say sewer fund, services and supplies, salaries. You don't get, we get it in a budget, what you're talking about, where we can see the detail. And if I was requesting information specifically, I might be using my CAFR. Anyway, the CAFR doesn't have any of that. You have to work for it a little more.
My other question is, did you consider changing the name to wastewater utility fund rather than just wastewater fund?
No, I didn't. I guess I was going off of what the simplicity of sewer fund, water fund, and so I didn't consider that, but I certainly would be open to that amendment.
Well, yeah, I'd like your opinion, because you also said that you wanted it to accurately describe the functions, and that seems to do that. I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference. I'm just wondering if it would be a better descriptor.
Well, if we're going to do that, then wouldn't we want to do it with all of them?
Yeah.
So you'd say wastewater utility fund,
So we can't
water
talk about
utility
those
fund. Right, I know that,
Stormwater
but
utility.
stormwater utility fund. Okay.
Yeah, I think we refer to the group of those three as our utility funds. So I don't see a problem with adding that. It just make the column a little longer, the name.
So Sherry, on the CAFR, I mean, when you do the next one, if you use the new name, can you just put underneath that formerly the sewer fund?
I can.
I mean,
And I
doesn't that
was
solve the
considering in
problem
the
of
back
public
schedules.
notice?
Yeah, and in the back schedules where it actually has comparative from last year to this year, I was gonna definitely write wastewater fund on last year's and then formerly sewer fund.
Okay, all right. Public comment?
But for the current year, I can do that as well.
Stacy, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light, come on.
Are you going to change it on the utility bills?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's everything.
I've got to think about what the utility bill says now.
I'm on septic, so I don't get a sewer bill. I think it says sewer, though.
Sewer. So it would, yeah, we
you
would
will
change
change-
it to wastewater, yeah.
I'd like to be consistent. I don't have an issue with
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
It's a good question, though. All right. Any public comment on this? Anybody want to weigh in? Board?
I just think he's gonna get a lot of phone calls when you change the sewer water bill to say, anyway, we're changing the name to get more money. No, just,
Yeah.
they're not gonna like it. They don't like it as it is.
Well, the status quo gets ingrained. Brad, go.
Just, we would need some resolution on the name before we can vote on the resolution.
Well, I think we try, I mean, I'm okay with we can do that, but I'm okay with the name you came up with. I mean, try a motion and go down the road. I mean, naming a fund shouldn't be as difficult as naming a community center. So it should be, somewhat, it's mechanical in a way.
We can rename all the funds, water utility, wastewater utility, and stormwater utility, and bring back a resolution to the next board meeting if that
Want to do that?
makes everybody happy.
Everybody want to do that, or you want to do it now?
All right, that's what we'll do.
All right, very good. So we'll table this for right now. Sherry, before you leave, can you sit down a second? Let me just say while you're there, give a big pat on the back to your crew that you've got working in finance. I know they've been working their tails off in there, and people have reported to me that they're in there, all hours of the day, early morning, late at night, doing the numbers. That speaks well of your leadership, speaks well of their dedication to our community. So on behalf of all of us up here, give them a pat on the back.
I definitely will. They're an amazing crew. We're working hard to get budget done, and they're all learning their new positions. And I mean, I can't say enough. They're incredible.
And whenever you walk in there, and it's usually the way with all the departments we've got in City Hall, they always have a smile on their face. I mean, and that says a lot. So anyway.
Yeah, I definitely like the whistle while you work attitude, if I
I
can
didn't
pull
want
it
you to
off.
escape
So.
it without saying that, okay. All right, let's go on to the next item. Ready? Oh, let's take a break. We'll be recessed for 10 minutes. going to bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Redevelopment Authority back to order. Who wants to start? Dan, go.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Board of Supervisors. We're going to talk about water today. Dan Stuckey, City Engineer for the record. I'm joined by Eddie Qualieri. He's our water manager for the city, our water expert. I believe he's been introduced to you before, but I'll brag on him a little bit. Comes with a great background from, he's been here about 6 months, comes from the state, great background, engineering manager over there, also at the Public Utility Commission, has some experience there and in the private sector. We feel very fortunate to have him as a part of the team at the city. He was up and running pretty much on day one here. And I think you'll see when he talks about what his team is doing for planning for a smart water future, I think you'll see they're really forward thinking over there, and the water system is in good hands. So I wanted to brag a little on Eddie before we
Well,
get
let me tell you, somebody
started.
over DCNR already had a conversation with me about stealing employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're good employees.
Just the good ones.
Somebody.
Anyway, so we'll go ahead and get started. About 6 or 8 months ago, we had a consultant do a water usage analysis, and it was pretty involved process. You know, the consultant was working on it, Public Works, Water, Lee Plummel and his team over in Community Development were involved in a lot of the land use planning and all that. So it was a really big team effort. It basically what it did is it analyzed, and I'll get into more detail, but it analyzed current water usage and trends and basically projected that out to what water usage is going to look like in the future. So we're going to give a high level overview of that today. If you guys want to get down in the weeds, I think Eddie and I we're water geeks, so we would love to do that if you want to go down that road. But we'll try to keep it at a high level. And then the study kind of leads into our water system, obviously, and what our plans are for the future. So we thought that's why Eddie's here to talk about. I know you guys probably have a pretty good background of our system here, but we always like to take the opportunity to kind of refresh you and the public on what we do here, what our system is, what our water portfolio looks like, and then how we're planning for that smart future. So we'll go ahead and get into the water usage study. Why did we do this? Basically we did this because, again, this is not something that we haven't done in the past, but we wanted to redo this with current technology and start looking about how our future will look with water demand. And I'll talk about what the benefits will bring, as we move forward. But like we've done in the past, but really what this does is we're able to do it at a level that we've never done before as far as the level of detail. And what that means is we've analyzed big, large data sets of water usage across the city, parcel specific. We've also used GIS analysis to not only determine what the water quantity and usage will be in the future, but also spatially where that will happen if development goes as planned per our master plan. So it's a higher level of detail. And then one thing we like to refer to at the city is living models is what we call them. And really, you get reports in the past, these master plans, these studies, and it's a report you get handed over to you and you put on the shelf and you don't touch it for 5 years, 10 years. That's not what we want to do, and that's not what we're planning to do with this. What we call this is the living model. So this is something that as developments come in, this gets updated. It's linked to our master plan land use. This is where we want to take it to the next step. It also, ultimately, we want it to link to our hydraulic model. So everything's talking to each other and it's dynamic and not static. So I wanted to point out that was really, this is kind of that foundation to move to that next step. So I wanted to point that out. So again, I'm gonna start at the really basic level. We can expand just to kind of give you a summary of what this study did. Here's a picture of a typical medium density residential parcel. And you can see on the graph there, it's got monthly water usage across a given year. So January through December, this is the year 2017 that I'm showing you here. And what this study did is basically look at two things. We looked at a parcel scale for annual water usage. That's typical. We analyzed 3 or 4 years of data between 2014 and 2017 to get a good representation of water usage. So we looked at annual usage, and that relates to really our water rights. We're allowed to produce a certain amount of water a year, and so we wanted to compare that to what what our water rights are, and then in the future, what it's gonna look like. So that's kind of where we started. The other thing we look at is max peak day water usage, and that's really that peak summer month. So I mean, you guys all know this, but right now we produce about 6 million gallons per day. And that'll go up to about 18 million gallons today in the summer. So pretty significant when people start, watering their lawns and all that. We'll see an uptick, and we as the city need to be able to provide that demand. So we looked at those peak numbers as well. So that was a really basic scale, but then we expanded this to all the different parcels across the city that are developed, and we started grouping them into master plan land uses. So we did this analysis, 20,000 parcels, 19 master plan land uses, and we did a statistical analysis over those 4 years, looking at that annual water usage, looking at the peak water usage, and came up with, as you can expect, different land uses use water differently. So we wanted to capture that so we can more accurately predict if vacant parcels develop in the future, what kind of usage can we expect those parcels to use in the future. So that's really the existing analysis that was done. So then, like I talked about, we took that, we expanded to, like I said, the vacant parcels in the future, but we even went to more detail than just, blindly putting these usage that we anticipate. We looked at, not only on the vacant parcels, we looked at terrain that might constrain development. So even if it's zoned to put, 10 dwelling units per acre or whatever, if really it only can do 5, or maybe it can do, well, if it can do 5, then we'd scaled back on that, and we wanted to be accurate there. The other thing we looked at is in redevelopment areas. Maybe there's an area of town that has redevelopment potential could really do more dense development than what it is doing today. We took that into account to project this build-out model. And the other thing we looked at is homes that are currently on well that potentially are within a reasonable distance from existing water infrastructure that potentially in the future could expand and be connected to city water. We wanted to account for those conversions to possibly happen in our build-out model. So it was a very detailed analysis, as you can see in the report, very technical. But that's basically the summary, and I'll go to the results on the next slide. I did want to talk, we've had a couple test runs of this because this model ended in January. And at the Planning Commission, so the consultant knew nothing about what was coming through the pipeline as far as development. So we looked, this is our first test of it. The RV resort, which actually was pulled today, went through Planning Commission as a special use permit in January. The model predicted about 63,000 gallons per day that they would use for that development. And the applicant coming in based off the actual site design and engineering analysis, they had 65,000 gallons per day, which is within 3%. Now, that was surprisingly accurate. I don't anticipate it to be that. I mean, you guys know there's a lot of variability in different types of land use, but I just wanted to show that was kind of our first test of this model, and I wanted to show you that example. So the study results, I guess 3 things I'll hit on. They analyze, build out population time frame, and it looks like, it's still that 75 to 80,000 type population that we expect. And that's what the water model was working off of. And that could happen depending on which growth rates you use anytime we believe between 2055 and 2085. So we're still a ways out from build out. What it said is, if everything builds out according to, the master planned study and also the assumptions we made, we would have to, basically, we utilize in the existing condition about 10 to 11,000 acre feet of water per year. So we would need to add the demand would be about 5,000 additional acre feet to about 16,000 acre feet that we would expect to use at build out. However, I want to point out, and Eddie will get into this in a little more detail, we already have secured over 18,000 acre feet of water rights right now. So already today, this is a good thing for Carson City. We have the water rights to support build out, which that's not always the case. So I wanted to point that out. And that's what you can see on that figure. The column on the very right-hand side is that 16,000 acre feet that we expect at build out. And then the top line is that 18,600 of water rights that we have available.
While you're talking about that, would you talk a little bit about how we do it here in Carson City as opposed to other counties, particularly on will-serve letters or things like that?
Do you want to talk about it?
I can answer it now. So Eddie Qualieri for the record. So yeah, the difference, typically, new development would bring in water rights as part of their dedication for their growth. Kind of Nevada's, the motto is growth pays for itself, as everyone knows. In Carson City, we don't require that since we have the water rights to serve our, like Dan said, our build out. And also we have the water rights in the basin. Most of the water rights are in Carson City's name for Eagle Valley. And I'll get into the different basins that we straddle a little more in my part of my presentation. But that's the kind of what you were talking about.
Well, it seems like it's a pretty slick way of doing business because we know what infrastructure we have, we know what resources, natural resources we have, and you know, to me, that's a difference than other counties because growth doesn't always pay for itself.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it goes the other way.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we all understood the theory behind how we allocate water in Carson City is somewhat different than what they do in other counties.
Yeah. And in some places, like in Reno, like Truckee Meadows Water Authority has a bank account that developers can buy from. So that they even sell their water rights in that sense. So as far as development, it's a nice perk to develop here, in my mind.
Good. And I assume that you're watching recent draft legislation on proof of beneficial use. There's some bills coming out on how how long you can ask for, continue your proof of beneficial use without having to go away. Are you watching those?
Yes, I am. I'm remembering the bill now. It's a time frame on your part of your proving up your water rights, and it's a process of proof of completion for the infrastructure. So in my mind, it's really going after people that have the water rights on paper and are waiting to build their project, and it's putting a cap on that time frame that they have to build their project.
Does that apply to us here as a city?
It doesn't really affect us since we have our infrastructure already built. Okay. So we have our wells, we have our treatment plants, we're still proving up on our water rights, but our proof of completions are done for those water rights. So it's the first step in certificating your water right is getting that proof of completion done. And in most agricultural water rights that they give out, they give you a few years to put in the well, sometimes just a year. And then you have to extend that if you can't get it in.
Thanks
So
for
it's,
letting me interrupt you guys. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
Those are good questions, Mayor. So I guess the last bullet there that I just want to point out is we do anticipate needing about, like I said, we produce about 18 MGD today. We anticipate that going up to about 29 million gallons per day to meet that peak demand in the future. And so, we will have to increase that production as we develop in the future. And that's kind of the transition to Eddie here is we have a number of ideas, number of projects, number of planning projects in place to meet that demand when the time is necessary for that to build out and the infrastructure to build out there. And so I'm going to transition over to Eddie to talk about what we're doing and a little more on the water system.
all right, thank you. Eddie Collier for the record again. I just want to commend Dan for taking this project on. It's another way to kind of skin the cat, if you will, on looking at what our projections are. And it's nice to see that it corroborates our existing water resource studies that we've done already, to see that those demands are what we knew about, but this is looking at it at a much better angle and more pinpoint accuracy, and implementing it into our water model, which Dan already went over. So my part of the presentation, it's kind of a little bit mixed up here, but what I'm hoping we show, actually first I wanted to read something that Darren Schultz sent me this morning. It's in the Nevada Appeal. It's from 150 years ago, and I'll just read it into the record. It's a interesting little fun history. And it reads, Carson City Waterworks. Mr. W.A. Hawthorne is engaging himself in active operations towards providing our city with a water supply. He has erected a large brick cement-lined cistern opposite General Norris's house. He has diverted the spring water of moist land nearby, and from this is having conduit pipes which he expects to supply pure, soft water. And that's a little interesting history. It'll be interesting when someone picks up our presentation in 150 years and where we'll be at then. So just wanted to kick it off with that. And so
Glad to see somebody's reading about the old stuff in Carson City.
it's fun, huh? It's fun history here. So just want to give an overview on my talk. I'm going to kind of start at a macro level, talking about water supply, water rights. I really want to hit on how diverse our water supply is, and that deals with the water rights, and how those interact, and just kind of show that it's a pretty complex system that we're dealing with for the size of the city. It's very integrated and complicated. I was going to hit on the regional water system from Minden a little bit, and then I wanted to go into kind of, a lot of people ask, what's the health of our groundwater basins that we're in, and I was going to hit on that and show how it's tracked by the state engineer and what the current health is of those basins, and then we're going to dive into kind of this difference between our water rights versus our production, and go into our max day demand. That's our summer peak demand, and how do we actually take these sources and then supply the demand that's given. So they're kind of two different topics, but they interrelate with each other. So we'll start off with just a quick overview on the facility inventory. Not going to read all this, but it's showing you all the inventory that we have to supply this water. Miles of pipeline, pressure regulating stations that separate the 16 pressure zones, and et cetera, 31 groundwater wells. This is the water system, and the different colors you're seeing are the different pressure zones that we have to deal with. So those are all separate but interconnected by those regulating stations. Different wells provide to different parts of the city, and it's all about providing that max day demand. So it's a production side issue on getting those water sources to all parts of the city. And it's a complicated system, and takes a lot of thought and planning to make that happen, and add redundancy to each one of those pressure zones too. So it's something we work on a daily basis on making that happen. This shows that map, but broken down on our source supplies. The dots are groundwater wells scattered around. The colors that you're seeing on this map show the different groundwater basins that we are in. You have Carson Valley to the south, Dayton Valley to the east, Eagle Valley, of course, where we are, and then Washoe Valley to the north. And the triangles are showing you the surface water sources that we pull from as well. So it's a very unique system. The Carson City, Carson River wells are on the right side, those triangles. And those are groundwater wells that pull surface water out of the river. So again, really complicated, and just wanted to kind of show it in it graphically there.
Ed,
Yes.
Supervisor Pankowski's talked about in the past. Do we have water rights on the seepage that's coming out of the storage facility up in what is it?
Brunswick.
Canyon up there?
Brunswick Canyon?
Brunswick.
We've applied on that seepage, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not showing it as part of our water portfolio, but it is there, and it's something in the future we can maybe trade and plan with as an additional resource. So this slide goes over basically the paper water rights. Our total, like Dan alluded to, is 18,648 acre feet annually. And our usage, our demand from 2014 to 2017 on average is about 11,000, just to give you some perspective. And then I break it down: Eagle Valley, Dayton Valley, Carson Valley basins for groundwater. That totals to about 13,000. And then our surface water. We have Carson River, Kings Canyon, Ash Canyon. We have rights on Clear Creek. And then not owned by us, so it's not adding into the total, is the Franktown Decree, and the Marlette water. And I'm going to go into that in the next slides, talking about that. But we're not adding that into our 18,000, so that's additional to that. So just want to point out our different sources there. So on that topic, the Marlette Hobart water system, it's something that I've been working on since I've been here. A lot of work's been done on it, historical system. Basic facts on the sources here. We have the state owns 3,000 acre feet in Marlette Lake, and that's part of the Lake Tahoe Basin. That water is grandfathered into public law. It's in the Truckee River Operating Agreement. It's it's very important water to Nevada, I feel, because Nevada's not going to get any more water from Lake Tahoe Basin in the future. It's capped at that by the public law. And then another part of Hobart system that a lot of people forget about is the Franktown Decree, and which is part of the East Slope water that we take. And that decreed water it's a lot. And back in the day, they probably got this, but today we're not seeing these flows. But it's 10 CFS, or approximately 7,000 acre feet from that source alone. Not East Slope, not what we get out of our East Slope collections, but the East Slope is part of that decree. So the decree is the creek that flows through Hobart and then down into Washoe Valley. It's that decree, which is separate from Marlette, which is in the Lake Tahoe Basin. So they all intermingle together, though, as part of the Marlette system. And so currently, right now, due to water quality issues in Marlette and Hobart, we're only taking East Slope water. And in 2018, we only took about 676 acre feet, which is a problem that we're working on. There's issues with water quality due to algae in Marlette that gets into our system, and over time it forms something called disinfection byproducts that we do not want in our system. So we're currently reworking not only our agreement with the state for that water and the cost of that water. We recently kicked off a water treatment study to study how we can better manage the water or treat the water to use all of that Marlette Lake water. And it's something I'll get into a little bit on conjunctive management, on using all the surface water we can when we have it. So therefore you rest your groundwater wells and keep that as kind of a bank account for the future, and for drought supply and drought resiliency and everything. So that's just a quick slide I wanted to go into on Marlette system. A lot of work going on there, a lot of collaboration with the state. And I wanted to also kick you off on some additional water resources that people forget about or don't really talk about much, but are things we manage. We have a state engineer order for domestic wells. So every domestic well that we convert to the system, we get 2 acre feet into our system. So that's a big benefit only a few places have. So it's something we're tracking. And in time, there's about 1,000 plus or minus domestic wells in the Eagle Valley that over time will maybe get converted to the water system as it grows and everything. So another resource the state engineer gave us is a drought permits that allow us to pump. I showed in the previous slide, we have about 6,000 acre feet in Eagle Valley. This permit allows us to pump up to 11,700 out of Eagle Valley during times of drought. And so we hope to never use it, but it's there if we have to. Another thing that we manage is a recharge, aquifer storage and recharge permit. We are permitted to store 700 acre feet per year of Marlette water or East Slope water, and we recharge it into VC Canyon. And that goes into the groundwater basin of Eagle Valley. And we're allowed to pump it along the university wells. We're allowed to pump that back out. It's kind of like a bank account. We don't use it. Currently, we have 5,000 acre feet stored already. We're reworking that permit with them to make it more efficient, but it's a nice bank account in case we ever have to pump more out of Eagle Valley.
Is that those recharge basins then above the college, those retention ponds?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Another feature that we have is Ambrosetti Pond. It's in Carson Valley. And we have storage rights of 175 acre feet there that we pull from during the irrigation season out of our river wells. We also have lease options with Ed James's group, about 590 acre feet from Lost Lake and Mud Lake. Mud Lake's in Nevada, Lost Lake's up in California, off the Carson River. And then another important resource to us is our effluent reuse for golf course irrigation, and it's usually about 3,000 acre feet. So that's 3,000 acre feet of potable water that we're not putting on golf courses for our use. So it's an important offset to point out. So graphically, here's our water rights versus our usage, 18,000. We've got about 1,400 dedicated to development. That leaves us with a balance of about 7,000 acre feet. Our water portfolio, we're about 75-25 groundwater to surface water. And I already hit on this, so I won't go into it more, but the goal is to kind of maximize our surface water. You know, our creek water, it's cheap water to treat, and we don't have to pump wells. It's we try to maximize that when we can, and that's kind of part of the Marlette situation that we're dealing with. So wanted to, another kind of just way to graphically confuse people, I guess, but wanted to show just how complicated it gets. And this shows you all the different inputs into our system and how we come up with that 18,000 acre feet from all the different things that we've already talked about. Moving on to the regional water system, we're completing the last phase of this project, bringing Minden water straight to our Quill treatment plant, which allows us to get that water across the system through those pressure zones. So that's kind of the great thing about this regional water system. And now jump into the groundwater basins, on the health of the basins. And as some of you probably know, the state does it based on perennial yield, which is basically how much can you pull out of a groundwater basin and offset everything that's coming into it. If you look at a fishbowl, how much are you pulling out of the straw versus how much is coming into the fishbowl. You want that to balance. And studies are, from sometimes from a long time ago. The science is getting better all the time. We're going off of science from about the 1980s, so it's not too bad, but some of them date back to the 1940s. It's regulated by the state engineer. We have monthly pumping that we give to the state engineer. We have monitoring wells that we measure monthly, sometimes weekly. We're always looking at the groundwater levels and using that as the real health of the basin. But all that reporting goes to the state engineer, and they're tracking it as well as with our water rights that we provide them monthly. So starting off with Eagle Valley, the system yield, which accounts for the creeks that come into it, all the effluent irrigation that we do, it's a better representation on the overall perennial yield. What we're using is called the system yield here. And you can see in 2013, we were getting close. This is accounting for all the pumpage from the basin, domestic wells included. We're getting close to 6,000, and the system yields 9,000. So fairly good shape. This is taken straight from the state engineers' pumpage reports that they do every year. Dayton Valley is a range in the perennial yield, 8,000 to 20,000. It's based on a state engineer order. And you can see the max is getting close to 10,000, so at the bottom of that perennial yield range, which is also a good health status. And then Carson Valley, getting close to the perennial yield, but not ever getting close to it, but close to 38,000 in total pumpage, domestic wells included, irrigation included. So overall, in my mind, pretty healthy basins. As far as actual pumpage that's occurring. So now we're going to kind of take a step down to the actual system production and the planning of projects to get us to these build-out numbers that Dan talked about. So our 2010 to 2018 max day demand was approximately 20 MGD. That's summertime demands. It's dropped over the last couple years. I think last year was only 18 million gallons per day. So how do we add this 8.9 to meet our build-out scenario? And the next slides will go into how we're planning on doing that, and also get us to a 20% buffer on top of that demand, so that we have some wiggle room there. Okay, so well goes down, you're always, on the production side, it's every day, like I explained earlier, you're changing how you're doing it. And then there's a lot of improvements that we're doing that aren't part of this, but we do as well rehabs or system looping and pipe replacement. So I wanted to go over quickly the future and current projects that we're working on to provide efficiencies, redundancy, and that future demand. First ones, we already hit on the east-west transmission main and booster pump station. That's bringing that Minden water up to Quill. We're starting that this summer. The next one is on slate for this year is well 3 redrill. It's a high capacity well, and we can hopefully we're going to double the capacity of it. That's up on Winnie. And then future down the road is well 4. We're looking at a redrill in a couple years on that one. There's been possibilities of another induction well on the river. Those are really nice because, again, we're using that surface water to offset our groundwater. It's unknown if that's happening, but there's test drilling underway. And then lastly, and importantly, the Quill water treatment plant improvements. Again, like I said, we're doing a preliminary engineering report currently with a consultant to look at our treatment options and the costs of those options, and things that we're not doing that maybe we should be doing right now to help with those organics in the water. And it's also importantly, it's demand driven, but it's also, we use it for water quality blending as well. On the production side, we blend that surface water, whether it's from Kings or East Slope, we blend it with our groundwater, which sometimes has naturally occurring constituents that we can control by blending down with surface water that doesn't have those minerals and contaminants in them. So first is this is our max day demand graph per year, and then in the dashed lines is our projecting out at the 0.7% growth rate, and then at the end you're seeing the build out that's coming from this study. So this is showing what we can currently produce in red, the dashed line. That's about 24 MGD is what we can produce. So we're well above that 20 that we talked about, and even now we're at about 18. Well above that, have a lot of buffer for that, which is great. But we want to keep up and keep bumping it up so that we can keep up with the demand. So this is just adding 1.4 MGD from our well 3 redrill. Next graph is the well 3 redrill and the well 4 redrill. And you see that blue line bumps up again, 2.8 MGD. See, now we just clicked over our build out with another induction well, adding 4.9 MGD. And now we're above that 29 MGD build out number. And then this is with adding in the Quill water treatment plant at full capacity. If we could treat all the Marlette water, East Slope water that we can get, and our Kings and Ash Creek water, that bumps you up to the 8.9. Which gets you to the 20% buffer on top of build out, as you can see from getting close to that 35 MGD line. So I know we kind of dove into a lot of specifics there. I'm going to kick it back off to Dan to finish up, but here to answer any questions you have.
Yes, I'll be quick, but as you can see, very complex and dynamic water system that we have here. And we didn't even really get into the operations side, but it's a fun system to manage, I bet, for Eddie. So it's good. We've diversified water portfolio, as you saw there. The other point, we've secured those water rights for the future, but they're also coming from, as Eddie pointed out, from healthy basins, which is important. And then, as he showed you with the planning, we're ahead of the game. We're looking in the future. We're on top of it, and you can see that we are planning for a smart future with all those planned projects. Some of them coming very soon, and then plans to do more as we need in the future. So that's a summary. Hope that was informative for you guys, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, not a question, just a comment. Lee and I have talked about this study for years now, because for us up here, this is a really valuable tool, because I wanted to have the ability, first of all, the knowledge of what we have versus what we would need at build-out based on our current zoning and land use. So if a developer comes in front of us with a project and wants to increase density, then that gives us the ability to look at that and say, well, here's the problem. We have enough resource for build-out. If you want to increase density, then we need you to bring additional resources. And I think that that's something that we need to look at in the future, is a requirement that if a developer brings a project to us and we want to approve that project, now we have an allocation based on this study for that land use and zoning. If their water use is going to exceed that, then I think that we should make them bring that additional resource and bank it with us. So a couple years ago, we had a yogurt manufacturer that came here who we recruited heavily, and they were a 3 to 4 million gallon a day water user. Why did we spend 6 months trying to recruit them? We couldn't service them if they came here, not just on the water side, but on the wastewater side as well. So this helps us when we're looking at who we're trying to recruit here on the industry side, as well as the development and redevelopment side, based on what we have in the master plan in our land use and zoning. So to me, this is invaluable, and I think that we need to use this for our long-term planning, and we need to craft our development standards based on this, so that we're not the ones that have to go out and provide the additional resources, because we've already done that through years of planning. So to me, I mean, I commend you guys. Thank you very much for getting us to this, because I think this directs the city for the next 40 years.
Stacy?
Yeah, and I think, to add on to that, if we make changes, as Brad said, in the master plan down the road, even in 5 years, let's say they redo the master plan and we increase density in one area and decrease it in another, as you said, this is you have a living plan. So you can make those adjustments, and before the next board adopts changes to the master plan, you can speak directly to resources before we make those steps. So that I think that's the invaluable part of this whole thing, is that it's a living document and not just something that, because all of us in government for years have worked on plans where they get done and stuck on a shelf and not looked at again. So big time kudos for that. I didn't really see anything in here about conservation. So we know that when the board set rates 5 or 6 years ago, whatever it was, with that rate increase it really forced people to conserve. We didn't force people to conserve through regulation, but we did force conservation that had some unintended consequences in terms of revenue to the water side. So I'm kind of wondering how conservation gets built into this. So if we, and I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we should ignore the potential for regulatory conservation if that's a cheaper alternative to expending funds to make more production, right? So if in the future there are communities who say you can't have grass more than X number, and nobody likes regulation, but if the choice is we're going to spend $30 million, or that new subdivision is not going to be able to have more than X square feet of grass, for instance, then I just don't think we should blow that off. I think we should think of that, because there's more ways to attain that build out number, right? As opposed to just making more water, or producing more water. What is the effect of that intertie on the ability to use Marlette? So I guess that's a question I have for you. I know that based on what you said, it sounds like it's not a mineral or an arsenic issue. It's more of an organic contaminant issue. And so you probably can't blend that out, right? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, you can't blend it out. Once the organics get into the system, they react with the chlorine content and create disinfection byproducts
Okay.
that are regulated by the state. So we're constantly testing for those, and it was an issue that came up with pinpointed from the Marlette water that we were putting into the system. Now, East Slope is pure spring water.
Yeah.
You know, Kings and Ash are spring water, so the organics on those aren't a big issue. It's coming from the lakes, Hobart and Marlette.
So unlike water that we pull out of the ground, that we can blend out the regulated contaminants, you can't do that with that Marlette water.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. That's just a shame because it's so much water that to just sit there. One other question I get quite often is, everyone hears that we do odd even watering, and their comment is always, we're in a drought, the city doesn't have enough water. And my comment to them is always that, look, it's a production thing. It's just, it saves the city and the ratepayers money by doing odd even watering, because you don't have to double the capacity that you produce. So I assume that we would continue that process just from a production perspective. Is that a fair statement also?
Yeah, that's correct. And making the smartest use of that water. And part of that conservation is not watering at the height of the heat of the day and when it's usually windy.
Right.
Because you're just losing that water to evaporation at that point. So.
And one final comment. Many years ago, and Darren may remember this, the city was looking at a rather, I thought, ingenious process to use Marlette water, but actually generate electricity. Do you remember, am I nuts? Do you remember that? And is that still, I thought it was an ingenious way to make use of that, the elevation change and that water coming down the hill. Is that still something you're looking at, or?
Darren Schultz, for the record, you're not nuts.
Okay, thank God.
Let's just establish that.
Yeah, that's one man's opinion.
That's true. That's true. That's just coming from me. Yes, that is something that we looked into pretty in depth. It's still on the drawing board. At the time, the technology that was available was being offered was a little more. They were promising a little more than what it could actually do. So the numbers didn't actually calculate quite as good as initially thought. So, but it is still on the drawing board, and as we get to a point where the Marlette water, that system, we can bring more down, then it might pay again for it to pencil out, and we could do something with Nevada Energy even.
And as I recall, that was we would not have had to make the capital investment. Someone else was going to make the capital investment, pull the electric benefit from that, but
Yes.
we would have gotten benefits without having to do a capital investment.
Right. The way we looked at it was a public-private partnership where they would come in and do it, and we would, both of us obviously would get an advantage to it.
Okay. Thank you. I echo Brad's comments. This is a really good water study, and I'm proud of the work that you guys did, and proud that we're going to be able to grow with it and maneuver with it. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I go ditto for what Brad and Stacy just said. Has this been presented to the Planning Commission? I assume it has.
Yeah, I apologize. I should have mentioned that. We presented it February to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, no apology needed. I'm glad to hear that. And in this, there's not a lot of talk because no one can see into the future except through the mist. But none of this precludes, it's a very positive report, but none of this precludes the fact that the cost of water in this country is going up, is it not, and will continue. Or I know you can't make that prediction, but it just makes sense that it's going to be more valuable as we go forward. Is that just me talking, or is it true in your mind?
That's a big question, but I'll try to answer it. The cost, a lot of what I'm seeing is cost related to quality of the water and the cost to get it to the quality. I mean, the EPA is continually looking at new contaminants that they didn't know about that are causing issues in some part of the country that now we have to look at. So we have to do more testing, and it's become quite complicated to provide the safest quality drinking water. We have different monitoring plans, and then we have sub-plans to those plans for blending, for instance, arsenic. And the production side gets more and more complicated to provide that water. So in that sense, it's kind of unpredictable on how much the cost is going to go up. But I mean, our job is to kind of balance these resources to make the best use of our cheaper water when we have it versus our more expensive water, in some cases, the groundwater supply.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And just balancing the quantity so that we're not in a position where all of a sudden we have to drill deeper wells because we've depleted the groundwater. I mean, that's constantly being looked at so that we don't end up in that position. So that's what we're trying to offset it through our production, and managing these different sources.
Thank you. From the big picture to the post holing a little bit, do you have any crystal ball as to what we need to do regarding our wastewater that is recyclable but can't go into the river? Should we be charging for that? And I ask that question because I came from Nebraska to this state. In both places, water is a big deal. Cost is going up, as I say, and as you're saying, the build out is coming. It might be in 55 and it might be in 80, but it's definitely going to get here. And after we get there, we're probably going to start. The board that's here in 2080 may say, "Oh, well, now we're going to build up." So how can we use that to marginally do a better job?
Eddie can add to this, but I want to point out we are currently in the process. We're going to be doing a master plan update on our reuse system because all of this, as you mentioned, it all ties together. And so this study will kind of feed into that study. That should be happening probably in the next 6 months. So I think after we kind of do that, I think we'll have a little better tool to use and make the decisions that you're talking about and better kind of plan out how all those systems are going to interact and how it'll look in the future.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the question you're hitting on is how can we better use our effluent water? And so there's a lot of studies going on right now that we're peripherally involved in, especially people who are leading those studies are nearby in Washoe County, in Tumwa, and City of Reno, City of Sparks are all looking at ways and they've been putting this work in up front, getting the regulations changed starting 10 years ago, so that we could one day re-inject our treated to the highest quality, basically back to drinking water standards, injecting that water back into the groundwater basin so that we can recycle it basically. And so those studies are being done, and they're doing a test study out in, I believe, Bedell Flat in Washoe County currently. And we're involved in those peripherally. We're staying in touch. We go to their meetings. They've set up an entire water innovation campus at UNR, just looking at this and bridging the private sector with the academia and the public works sector all together, and trying out these treatment technologies and studies. And a lot of times it's basically talking about cost. I mean, realistically, it gets expensive because what you're basically doing and what they're looking at doing is building a whole water treatment plant on the back end of your wastewater plant in order to get that quality. So, the costs have to be looked at, but it's good that people are looking at the potential so that it's another resource that we can better utilize. So it's being done, and we're staying in touch with it and seeing the work they're doing and seeing how we can piggyback on it when we need to.
Thank you. Really an excellent report. And short of desalinization, I think we were going to be paying more for water, but I'm just guessing.
Let me ask you a question that you may not have an answer. I know the Carson Water Subconservancy District is ringing the bell a little bit on climate change and how it's changed, water use patterns are changing, growing seasons, things like that. Are we seeing any effect on perennial yield or things of that nature or our wells that may be related to climate change?
Well, our groundwater table's been looking great, especially with these past couple years, 3 years of water, recharging the groundwater basins. They've been really coming up. As far as, what I know Ed's been discussing is those higher level snowpacks and how we're gonna account for those in the future and how that changes the Carson River decree and the irrigation cycles and everything. It affects us. And it's important to keep that diverse water supply that we have and that portfolio that I talked about so that we aren't caught in a lurch, that we have these redundant supplies that we can use when we need to. And, groundwater basins are great for drought resiliency, and we have those that we draw from. It's not just surface water. It's that combination of both, that balance that we're trying to get to.
Good answer.
So.
Well stated. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, one of the concerns that we're seeing through the Conservancy, because we track the snowpack and the runoff dates, and as the climate warms up, the runoff is happening earlier in the year, so it's starting prior to irrigation system when the surface water can't be drawn, and then it's ending sooner prior to the growing season being over. So now the ag growers are having to use groundwater earlier and use more. So the water's passing through the system earlier when it can't be used efficiently, and that's having impacts on the groundwater versus the surface water. So that's where we're seeing the main impacts.
That helps too. Thanks, Brad. All right. Any other questions of this panel? Public comment? Anybody? Sheriff, how about you?
How's your water?
Okay. All right, this is for information only. Great report, you guys. Keep at it. And, I think it gives us all a degree of comfort that where we are in this community, long before I got here, they did some good planning on how to manage our water rights over the years. And kudos to those folks who are looking down the road and had a vision of what we might have to have happen here. So, well done. Keep on top of it. I won't ask you how much the coil treatment plant, if you're gonna do Marlette, but I'm sure you got a number somewhere, but I won't ask you that. But let me just ask one last final general question. How are we getting along with the state? Just generally, I don't want to get in the weeds. You getting along all right with those guys?
The State Public Works or the NDEP or DWR?
Public administration?
Okay, Public Works, yeah. I've worked with them quite a bit in the past, in past jobs, and I feel like it's getting better, our working relationship with them. I think we can work better with them as far as maybe not having redundant resources that maybe we can provide, and there must be a way we can make it cheaper for everybody. So we're looking into that with the new agreement that we're starting with them, and I think there's a positive outlook for it.
Okay, that's good to hear too. Thank you very much. All right, other questions, comments? Anybody? All right, then, thank you very much. Go back to work. Make water. All right, that's completes for item 17. We'll now recess as the Board of Supervisors. Now I'm going to turn the gavel over to Supervisor Bagwell for the Redevelopment Authority. Lori, here you go.
Does anybody need a break?
I'm broke.
Do you need a break? I was gonna say, we will call the Redevelopment Authority at 5 minutes to 11. Take a quick
Good.
break.
Okay.
Thanks. I can see you in the corner of my eye.
I see you're moving too.
Well, I never miss an opportunity.
That's an opportunity.
Redevelopment Authority to order. And let the record reflect, we have all members present and a quorum. Is there any public comment for Redevelopment Authority? Okay, don't see any. So on item 21, it's the approval of the minutes. On the January 17th, 2019 minutes, we are, pursuant to the open meeting law, going to be approving these late. We have good cause that I'd like to put on the record that due to some staffing levels and the way in which we set our meeting dates, it's sometimes difficult for us to meet the 45-day rule or the next meeting. So I just want to put on the record before we approve them that we had good cause for the late adoption of the January 17th, 2019 minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? Okay, I'll take a motion then.
I move to approve the minutes of the Carson City Redevelopment Authority for both January 17th and February 7th, 2019 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 17th, 2019 and February 7th, 2019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 22A, which is a discussion concerning the fiscal year 20 redevelopments discretionary funds. Mr. Plemmel, are you going to take us through this item?
Thank you. Yes, good morning. For the record, Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. We're going to be discussing the budget planning process for certain undesignated and discretionary redevelopment funds in this item, kind of planning for the budget for next year, for fiscal year 2020, that we'll be putting the items in the budget for you for your approval, and then just planning out for the 4 years following that, identifying and estimating expenses for these projects and programs going out beyond that. We have, you have a list of the proposed projects and programs that I have up there. You have it in your packet with a little bit of detail, and I won't go into a lot of detail on each one. The first page of your spreadsheet are the programs that were approved at this time last year by the Board of Supervisors in the budget. So there, I think first I would just like to go through the status on some of those, and then I'll get into some of the new ones that are being proposed. Starting with special event funding. It was, I just changed the number there for fiscal year 19. I noticed it was wrong on here, but, and then probably in your packet, it was $20,000 or $25,000 last year. But last year also, one of the major events, the fireworks, was taken out and put into the budget, which reduced that number down. And down to, I think, would have been, if we were reducing it 5,000 each year, it would have been 12,500 this year. The recommendation from RAC is to allocate $10,000 to special events for this year and then drop funding in future years going out. Their recommendation is, they believe it consistent with the discussions that have been had of phasing out special event funding. And we have over the last couple of years, really based on the applications that have come forward and discussions with them, we have really told everybody we're not going to keep funding individual special events. The focus is in other line items there for where we're paying for the street closures and other infrastructure that support events, but getting out of the business of giving money to individual events. And furthermore, thinking if there was some new event that came up that needed some incentive funding, that there's still the possibility of using some of the undesignated funds in those special cases. A couple other items, there's footnotes on these. I just wanted to note that with the William Street Corridor project, because of the South Carson Street project taking up Public Works, the planning and estimated funding for that has been pushed out farther 1 year, which frees up some funds for FY 2020. On the downtown sidewalks improvements, what was approved by the Board of Supervisors last year was $200,000 for FY 2020, but then $100,000 going forward. The recommendation from Public Works and then from the Citizens Committee is to make that amount $200,000 each year, that there's enough, as we've done the downtown and we see other streets that are torn up and need the sidewalk improvements, $100,000 really doesn't quite get one street done. So we think upping the amount available to that activity each year will get some improvements done to sidewalks in the redevelopment district. Just to note that the South Carson Street project, there's been $200,000 allocated to that project from redevelopment. It was in the FY19 budget, but just based on the timing of the actual construction, that's pushed back to 2020. That's how that shows up there. For the downtown gateway feature, there was originally $30,000 allocated to signage, to some sort of gateway signage or feature. $5,000 was authorized for some design work that has now gone to, we're recommending allocating it out to 2020 for the gateway feature. There's been, I think somebody here from Public Works probably discussed more about that, but there's been some group discussions about looking at a larger gateway feature, which this remaining $25,000 could be used as part of matching funds for grants or other funds, but there'll be other funds available for that, but that's rolled forward. An update on the blue line replacement. Public Works is currently in the process of getting their updated bids to get that removed. With the concurrence of the Citizens Committee, the objective is going to be to remove the line and turn the project over to the Culture and Tourism Authority. David Peterson there now is taking over the project. He's taking it as his own, but it's going to be through the timeframes of applying for grants and coming up with other programs to identify it. In the meantime, there's still the maps on the website. They have the physical maps. There's still information to get people around and to the historic districts, but literally the city will be getting out of removing and replacing the blue line and that expense on an annual or semi-annual basis. So on the Bob Boldrick Theater, there was the $390,000 there represents the 252 or so for what's currently been done in there that was authorized and expended, and that leaves about $137,000 that will roll forward, or that is in this current year budget that was based on cost savings per the Board of Supervisors, per the Redevelopment Authority Board of Supervisors direction. Just to pause here a moment, we've had some discussions as we get into the fairgrounds below, skipping the Children's Museum remodel, which was in the budget. So the fairgrounds was budgeted for next fiscal year, 2020. That's the sound system. However, in talking with the Parks and Rec Director, Jen Budge, it looks like the Fuji Fairgrounds sound system is in worse shape than they thought and needs to be fixed this year. So, or have some events might possibly be canceled. The additional money, with the $137,000 in the Bob Boldrick Theater project, will be for the bulk of that's going to be for microphones in there, but that could be done after July 1st of this year. So, with the concurrence of the board today, we'd like to flip that, and then Parks and Rec will bring forward authorizing the expenditure for the Bob Boldrick Theater this year to get for the Fuji Fair Parks this year to get that done. So I think that actually concludes the old stuff and the update on those. Any questions on these before I move into the new stuff?
Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. You're saying that Bob Boldrick would go forward to the next budget year, the coming budget year, and it would still be done, and they'd use that money from the Bob Boldrick at Fuji. I wasn't quite clear what you were saying.
Yes, that it would be flipping Well,
100,000
it's not
of-
390,
right.
it's a little over 100 there, but it would be pushing Bob Boldrick to 2020 and moving the fairgrounds back to this current year, so that could be done.
So both will get done, it's just.
Yes, both
different-
will,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Mr. Plemmel, one of the discussions I wanted to have also in the 2019 is the utility extension assistance of 20,000. I don't see that being used this year either unless I'm missing something. So do we have enough money in the arena sounds? So what I'm suggesting is you're going to take the line 13 down to like 290, 790 or whatever, and put 100,000 into 2020, and then you're going to move line 15's 100,000 to fiscal 19. Do we need the 20,000 from the utility in either of those projects as a buffer? So that if you already need to have the authority to move the utility money out? I'm concerned that it's not going to be enough money for Fuji's sound system, so. Yeah, and you'd reduce the 390 by that 137.
Yeah, we could certainly, I mean, to answer your
I'm
question.
just, do we need to make it 120 for the sounds? I just don't want you not to be able to do the project, especially since we're moving it to this year, you won't have an opportunity to come back if you need the extra money from the utility account.
Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director, and thank you Supervisor Bagwell for that. We have one quote on the sound system, it is under $100,000, but based on the dollar amount, we're gonna need a second one. If it's over 100, then we have to go to formal bid, and there's a whole process, so I'm hoping we can keep it under $100,000. That includes labor, includes, installation of the equipment and the speakers and everything that we need. So, we'll just have to see where that second one comes in.
Didn't answer, do you want the 20,000 from the utility to be added into the line, or you
I
don't
mean, we
need
can
the
easily
comfort
do
zone?
that, and then if we don't spend it, it
It
would
falls
obviously
to
go back to
undesignated.
what we
It
don't
comes
need. So,
back,
I mean,
but-
that's definitely appreciated. I don't know that we'll need it, but
I'm just looking at the time is the date we're here in March, and so if you're going out, you wouldn't be able to get back to get the money, which would delay the project, so.
Yeah, well.
That's really what I'm after, is making sure you can accomplish the project
Sure.
this year.
If Sherry's already has one bid under 100,000, then I don't know that we need to do that. Are you happy with the bid that you have under 100,000? Does it get you what you need, or is it lacking?
Well, it does get us what we need, but we need to get competitive bids
No.
based on the dollar amount, just
No, I
to be
get that.
compliant with the
Yeah, I
state.
get that.
Yeah, we're happy with that bid. But if we need to rush, anything to get it in and things like that, I mean, I can definitely appreciate having that buffer.
Supervisor Bonkowski?
On Fuji Park, for years now, in fact, the whole time I've been on the board, I've been asking for this to come back to us for an updated master plan so that we have an idea of how we should plan for the park. Right now, I don't know that we know what we have for capacity or how we should be spending money, and we keep having these proposals come in front of us piecemeal. There was the monument sign, there's been additional road access, parking improvements, lighting improvements, electrical improvements, now the sound system, without an overall picture of where this is getting us or why. So I would really like to see, I understand that what we're hearing is that this project can't wait for that, but that's what we've heard on every component that's come in front of us. So I would really like to push to get the master plan updated for Fuji Park so that we have an understanding of what it is that we're trying to accomplish, rather than just getting pieces of the puzzle that come in front of us and really not knowing what we're accomplishing.
Thank you, Supervisor Bonkowski. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I can appreciate that vision. A lot of those projects, came forward before I was here. It's nice to have a park master plan so you know where you're going to go in the future and make sure that we can support, events that they're trying to bring in with the Culture and Tourism Authority. We definitely don't have the seating capacity for the majority of the events that look at that facility. You see a line item on there for $200,000 out there. I have no idea if that's even close to what we need, or a cost estimate to make those facility changes. We have met with 4-H and some of the other events with improvements needing to make to the stalls, to make it more functional for not just accommodating equestrian events, but being able to accommodate other types of animals in a safe way that's easy for staff and the public to get in and out of there. There's a lot of things I think that should probably be considered in that master plan. I don't have a budget to hire someone to do that. If you're looking for something that we could do in-house, I definitely have staff that I could dedicate to that. I guess I just want to wrap my head around the level of a plan that you're looking for so we can make sure that we see that through.
Right, we have a master plan for Fuji Park, it just
We
needs to
do.
be updated. And, you know, we've looked at it, I think the last time was probably about 2013 or 14.
Okay.
But again, we have a parking problem down there with the shared parking, with the casino, covering the grandstands. I think that until we know what the capacity and use, what the intended capacity and use for the park are, it's really difficult for me to sit up here and make decisions about where we should be spending money. So that's what I'm getting to is, that's what I'd like to see is, can we bring this back to us and so that we have an understanding of what the capacity and use should be, therefore we can use that as a planning tool when we're making these decisions. Because we're throwing 100,000 here and 200,000 there, for what? We don't know what we're getting because we don't know if it's helping or hurting the park. Like, we're gonna build a covered awning over the grandstands and then not have the parking to accommodate the crowds that we've now built an arena for. And that's the kind of stuff that I don't even know.
And I would agree with everything that you just said. Let me get with staff. We'll look at the current park master plan. We'll come up with a plan moving forward so we can get that updated in this next year. And before budget, so you have ample time to make decisions.
And my question is, can we take some of that 20,000 and use it to update the master plan? I mean, that would be, if we're looking for a place to spend that to me is a wise expenditure in planning. So.
That would be the most efficient way to do that, and I think having a third party that's fresh,
Can you finish that before the end of the current fiscal year?
as long as I can find someone to work on it, sure. With the current fiscal year of updated master plan? No, probably not. You want to involve the public, you want to involve
Okay.
the Culture and Tourism
Well,
Authority, you want to
we
do
could
it the right
still
way.
Dedicate the funds to it, so I would make that recommendation.
We could definitely get that started, though.
Where did you put that 20,000, Lee?
Well, he'd have to add a line.
I was gonna say, it's gone.
It's 120 in the Fuji master plan and sound system. We'd have
Or
to,
you can add another line.
right.
Yeah, I think for the purposes of just totaling it up, I'll, if it's okay, I'll just leave it there for now. But the basic utility extension assistance, by this time of year, we don't have any projects in there. It's not going to be spent this year, so that's perfectly fine using that. I mean, and kind of as we get to the bottom, I'm having an, okay, well, I did. So that's right. I don't have the FY19 totals in here, but shifting it around, that's that 20 from there. It's going to, let's
Zero.
see.
You just have to
Yeah, I
put back
don't-
in
oh,
what you
sorry.
expended on Bob Boldrick.
We had some,
Right.
it will, roll forward. That's what I need to do. The- Yeah, nope, I'm gonna have, I'm
We
not
got
gonna,
what
I'm
we're-
not gonna redo the formulas now. But with everything as it is, there's actually about 15,000 in undesignated in 2020. I added the 2019 column and did it incorporated into the roll forward stuff, but there's about $15,000. Everything's net zero right now, and there's about $15,000 undesignated in 2020.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion on the existing projects and then the move between those two and the 20 from utility? Okay, Lee, you want to take us then through the new proposals?
Okay, scrolling down a little bit here, this is So this is the first year I've proactively gone out and looked for infrastructure projects to bring to the Citizens Committee and Redevelopment Authority. It's been a new learning experience in going through this because this is really the first year we've started to have a significant amount of undesignated funds available. It's kind of been much easier in the past not having much money available because there's fewer projects you can fund. You're just picking a couple of things to do. But as you can see on the bottom line here, the undesignated amounts going forward over the next, there's about $3 million over the next 5 years to be allocated to projects beyond what is on this sheet. So, this time there's the write-ups in your staff report are from Public Works and Parks and Rec. They're pretty short, but it's kind of, with some feedback, what we want to do next year is to have a request form like we have, something similar to we have for special events or other incentives, to get some basic information, a little bit more than just what the project is, but what other funding options are available, what the total project. So we don't have this time. There's staff from Parks and Rec and Public Works are here certainly to answer all of your questions regarding that you may have, but just wanted to let you know that in the future going forward, we're going to have more information. In fact, I'll draft up a form for the Citizens Committee to review probably in May, and so we'll get that in the process so that you have more information on individual projects when they come forward. So just briefly going over the projects that have been presented and recommended by the Citizens Committee. I want to first note that the Citizens Committee, as they made recommendations based on all these projects that were before you, their focus, as they noted at the meeting, was kind of these first three factors that you're supposed to consider per the Redevelopment Authority policies and procedures. So they really focused on these factors: that the project encourages the creation of new business or other appropriate development, the project creates jobs or other business opportunities for nearby residents. And the third one, probably most applicable to most of these, is that the project increases local revenue from desirable sources, such as tourism, really focusing on these things that bring tourism, and then we have the dollars coming into the city. So in their discussion and prioritizing these projects, which is based on the points on the left, they individually prioritized them, and kind of that's the average. So these are in priority order, but those were the factors that they considered in making these recommendations. Just real quickly going through what those projects are for funding in 2020 is 3rd Street parking lot rehabilitation. That's the city parking lot on which the Saturday's Farmers Market is conducted, and has a lot of hazards in it in terms of accessibility and really some liability there. So that was a high priority project to get fixed. The pool deck resurfacing is at the aquatic facility here at Mills Park. Undergrounding power lines. So you may have noticed we had some overhead power lines on Curry Street for a few blocks that was undergrounded as part of the Curry Street project. And this funding would allow the city to continue that with other sections of blocks, and it would probably be coordinated with the next line, which is Curry Street gas lamp replacement. So we still have a number of gas lamps out there, and they would be replaced with the new LED style lamps that were used for the downtown and Curry Street project. Next one that was recommended, so there's been a lot of discussion about trash downtown, or trash enclosures, trash storage in our downtown area. We don't have a lot of parking lots. We have a lot of places where the buildings occupy the entire property, so there's not as much room to store trash as you typically would in a suburban setting. And with some new development, there were some opportunities for shared trash bins in the past that are starting to go away as new development occurs and takes up those opportunities. So there's been discussion about allocating some funds for the city to participate in the construction of something that would be a shared trash enclosure in the downtown. It would be up to the businesses to manage that on an ongoing basis. I will say this is just reserving some funds for it. We're just starting conversations with some of the business owners and property managers and don't have a specific solution to discuss with you at this time regarding that. As Supervisor Barrett mentioned earlier, he brought up and added to the list about enhanced downtown cleaning and snow removal. We're in the process of looking at the Downtown Neighborhood Improvement District assessment now and how much they're using. And this could be potentially used to add to the amount that's used for either expanding the area that's cleaned or to enhance existing cleaning and snow removal services. I think as Director Budge mentioned, Fuji Park grandstands, again, allocating funds out into future years to improve those. Traffic study for South Carson Street related to improvements for traffic circulation, and there is a more detailed explanation for that attached at the back of your packet from the Transportation Division. And then Fuji Park signs, Mills Park signs, and Marv Texera Pavilion signs. So these are all facilities and improvements at facilities that the Citizens Committee felt brought tourism, special events to the community. You'll note that there were some other projects, some in those facilities that just didn't have the funding to fund, but also some needed improvements to Ross Gold Park, which is in redevelopment area number 2 and would be eligible for this type of improvement, but felt that Ross Gold Park is not the type of facility that meets the goals of improving for the redevelopment district that brings the tourism there. So they did not recommend funding of those improvements. So that's a summary of everything. And as I said, we have staff here from Public Works and Parks and Rec to answer your individual questions on these projects.
Supervisor Bonkowski?
Let's start with the Curry Street gas lamps. Once they're replaced, what's going to happen with the old lamps? Are they going to be auctioned off or sold or kept in the? I do, actually, several.
I think we could, the plan was to do it how we did it with the Curry project, where it would be essentially well, how did we do that? Contractor removed and took away. So, but we could change how that, I think, could be depending on, I don't know what laws we need to follow on that, but I think there's some options there.
Okay, I think that there would be an appetite from the public, including myself, to purchase some of those.
Okay.
Downtown shared trash enclosure. That seems to me like that should be a property owner's responsibility. So I don't know that I have an objection to us using city property and doing a joint, private-public partnership on that. But I do think that there needs to be some provision to build back the prorated amount to the properties that are going to use that, not just operations, but also on the capital side. And on the NID, the downtown cleaning and snow removal, our agreement is based on a shared percentage of expenses between the city and the properties in the NID. And so if we're talking about increasing the city's contribution by $26,000, that means that there has to be the appropriate increase in assessments. Is that what's being looked at, or are we just looking at increasing the city share, which means we'd have to change the agreement?
So the city's share is fixed, and it's a little more than, it's somewhere around $26,000. But that's a fixed share per the agreement that stays that amount forever. And the NIDS assessment goes up by CPI every year. So this would be outside of that agreement and used to work with them to include this somehow in their contract services for cleaning, or again, should the concept make it past this level and we have that funding available, we would then need to meet with the NID board and figure out how to use it, probably come back with an agreement. We would have to amend the agreement with the Board of Supervisors for those new services. Not how much they get assessed, but the agreement on what gets cleaned and to what level.
Okay, and then my last comment's just on the Fuji Park signs. Again, I would delay that until we get the master plan done.
Does anybody else have discussion?
Go ahead.
So, I have a couple of questions on the NID, and I wasn't involved in that process. So is there a means to, I know you built a CPI escalator in there, but is there a means for reviewing the NID and what work gets done over time? I mean, it was a new concept when the board and the city put it into place. There have to be some provisions for something like what we're talking about here, where there's a trash enclosure that needs to be addressed. Is there a process to reassess the costs involved in the NID outside of the CPI?
Well, there's the 5% cap too.
Okay.
Well, I have to look at the agreement for some provisions about review and bringing it back as it sits. Actually, the provision is that once they get a 20% reserve in there too, they're supposed to be reduced. So they're just supposed to pay the cost of actual maintenance.
Right.
But I think that's what we're going to look at and discuss with them is, quite frankly, in these first couple of years, it appears that they have more money available to increase the contract amount with what they have. Again, that's kind of getting into what we're going to be discussing in the next couple months of establishing the 2020 assessment. But there may be capacity with the current assessment to do more.
I agree with Brad on the parking downtown and on the increased snow removal. If there's enough, they should be doing it. And if we have to amend the agreement to have them expand the area or do a better job, then I think we should do that first before we're spending more money on it. The trash enclosure, I'd be okay with if there was a public nexus to the trash enclosure. In other words, if it were built on public property or if it were used by the general public or our local government. But I have a problem with spending it and creating a trash enclosure on private property in the downtown district when we're not doing it anywhere else. So I wouldn't support that unless it were a public use trash enclosure or even shared where we build it and they can pay for the removal of it. But that's where I would come down on that. One question on South Carson Street, that traffic circulation thing. I read the brief description. So maybe you can explain to me how we shouldn't have already done that because we're redoing South Carson Street. So can you explain what the $80,000 would do and how it would benefit us now while we're getting ready to spend $10 million on that street?
Good morning, Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. Great question. And we talked about this a little bit at the RAC meeting itself. And they had the same questions, and Supervisor Barrett had a very similar question. So what's happening now on South Carson, as you know, it's about a $20 million project, removing lanes, improving business access, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, fiber optic cable, landscaping, all those great things. What the project's not doing is looking at the long-term needs that may be coming after the South Carson project to look at the parallel streets, so Curry and Cochise, which turns into Curry, and Silver Sage, what the circulation changes might be 20 years from now or 15 years from now or even 10 years from now, and also looking at those cross streets. So we know that with development of the Armory site, for example, we may need a traffic signal at Rhodes where the Starbucks Center is right now. Additionally, we know it's been in the regional transportation plan for some time, potential realignment of Snyder at Appian both for emergency response. There's a fire station back there to make sure that they can get out and go southbound on South Carson. And also with the immense amount of development projects that are happening in southwest Carson, up on the hill above Carson Street. So looking at all those long-term impacts and how they impact circulation to make sure that we have the circulation capability, we have the right approaches and geometries in there at those traffic signals to make sure the long trucks for the auto dealerships can get in and get turned around when they needed to make sure that the abutting properties on those parallel streets can get in and out where they need to. Those are the types of things that we envision the circulation study will address, which is really the next stage coming after South Carson.
So, I guess my concern with that is that if that study says that there should have been some design relative to South Carson Street to accommodate the changes, we're going to miss the boat. I almost feel like we're too late to do this. I mean, if you're talking about putting in a street light at Appian or a street light at Rhodes, shouldn't we be designing that at least now so that the infrastructure is in place? If we're talking about, turn radiuses going into the businesses on South Carson Street, it's already being designed. We're going to be too late. So I don't quite understand still the need for this.
Yeah, so Dan Stuckey, City Engineer for the record. We are currently, at least with the Appian potentials for signal there, we are planning for that with the design of the project. With that one, I mean, typically what you do if you knew a traffic signal was coming is you put some conduit down before you put it on the pavement. With that one, we think we'll be able to bore under the road, so we won't need conduit with this project. So that's kind of the decision we've made there. But we are designing to accommodate a future signal there if that were to come. And then at Rhodes, we haven't quite pulled the trigger on that, but potentially we might put some conduit in at Rhodes to support if a future signal were to happen there. So we are taking these things into account right now during the design with that project.
Okay, I get it. Then you're making an argument for me that you don't need to do this. So anyway, that's just my feeling. We'll see where it ends up, but I'm not discounting what you're asking for. I feel like we should have done this 3 years ago. And I know we didn't have the money 3 years ago. I get that. I just want to make sure we're spending that $80,000 wisely, and it isn't just money to spend to do a study that is going to tell us we should have done something 3 years ago, because I think we can find better ways to spend that otherwise.
If I might add, so staff, we recently contracted with an independent engineer to review the 30% design for South Carson. That comprehensive review of the 30% design yielded some really great traffic engineering recommendations on right-hand deceleration lanes or turn pockets, if you will, at some of the key intersections. And so those have been added into the South Carson project. But some additional recommendations came out of there related to queuing and storage if you're going eastbound, like on Clearview at the gas station and you're approaching South Carson, future needs for storage on Clearview and some different things. And so getting specific and start looking at exactly what infrastructure improvements are needed on some of those cross streets and those parallel facilities is outside of the scope of the South Carson project. But, we're trying to look ahead and be prepared for when those are needed. These also assist staff, the study would also assist staff with asking for some of these improvements in a comprehensive and well thought out way when these development projects come in on the Hill. So I think, I see where the overlap is and I appreciate the questions. The scope's a little bit different and I hope I've explained it well enough.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
One final comment before I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleague at the far end of the podium. I really would like, and I don't know where this falls in the whole process. I don't want to miss an opportunity on South Carson Street on that gateway project to do something that really is a quality, excellent reflection of our community. I don't want to miss that opportunity because we have one shot to do it, and I don't really want to gloss over, the importance in my mind of, and I know we're talking about a gateway and there's some argument or discussion about that, but I'd really like to put something there that is reflective of our community and signals the beginning of our downtown, the beginning of the state capitol. And I don't know what that is, but I know that I don't feel like 30,000 is enough to do that. I think it would be cool personally to get the state to agree to let us move the Kit Carson statue into that roundabout, and do some kind of a water feature there. I mean, I guess I'm saying to you, I don't want to get too far down the design path without missing an opportunity for us to have input on that. That's what I'm saying.
Supervisor Barrett?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Stacy, for your esteem. I agree with you, particularly on your last comment. I am very concerned, and I voiced it before from this seat, regarding our downtown. I've gotten some pushback on, and of course, the downtown trash enclosure idea did not come from me on that, because people outside the downtown are wondering, well, is that fair to us? I think that's a valid point. I made the point back that I'm really concerned about our downtown and the trash problem and the snow removal, but that's just this year at the moment. So I support it, but I do think that if we got the whole redevelopment district involved, the property owners put the money in, so it shouldn't just be the downtown. Who's paying in should get back, which is why I saw this as separate. However, I'm looking at the goal more, which is why I added the 26,000, or tried to, and my colleagues went along with me to an extent. The NID isn't doing its job, and I'm just going to say it that way because I'm an old reporter who just says it the way I see it. They may start doing the job, and I hope they will. I hope we can figure that out. The problem is we don't have control. This board doesn't run that board, or whatever it is that gets it done. A contract apparently was inadequate, at least in my view, and I come down here 2 or 3 times a week, or maybe 6 or 7 times a month with my dog and walk it. And there are business people who just, they're letting things go. And we need to tackle this. I don't care how we tackle it. So I will go with the will of this board. And I told one of my colleagues on the rack, who's very concerned about it too, our newest member, that we'd have to wait and see how this board feels about it. But this recommendation is there just because I'm pushing, not because I'm married to it. So with that said, I'll get out everybody's way, and I'll vote the way I feel, and we'll see what comes. But I do think we spent $15 million on our downtown, and as Stacy has just said, we're going to spend another $20 million. We want to do this stuff right, and that includes taking care of it after we spend it.
Thank you. So I'm going to agree that line 29, the trash enclosure, and line 30, I think these are much more tenant, landlord related. I just don't think they belong necessarily here in the redevelopment. So, and especially, actually line 30 of the 26,000 a year, I think we need to deal within the NID requirements and potentially, as Supervisor Barrett is indicating, look at that, look at what amendments. But I'm not interested in the redevelopment authority having a long-term commitment of paying another $26,000 a year without a nexus to support that. The redevelopment authority will end those agreements, and I don't want to set the businesses up to thinking we have a long-term commitment from the city side of doing that activity. So that's just another point to bring up. I don't think it's right that we're going to pay maybe $26,000 a year for this group, but we're not going to go anywhere else in redevelopment and relieve their tenant requirements. Everybody else has to pay for that activity, so I'd rather we look at the NID contract and see what provisions are appropriate or not appropriate for levels of service there. So I think I agree with what you're trying to accomplish, John, just I don't think this is the right methodology to accomplish that. So I think we should strike the 26,000. The Fuji Park sign discussion, I think if they can have their master plan, we could say on that 10,000, it can't be spent unless we have a approved master plan. So I agree with Brad on that. But we could leave the 10,000. I don't think it'll take them hopefully, a year and a half, but the condition is you can't spend it without the master plan. So I agree with Brad on that. Any issue with leaving the 10,000 is the placeholder for it, just can't spend it without the master plan?
Well, I guess my point is that we don't know what we need for signage until we finish the master plan, so you're just putting an imaginary number in there. So once you have the master plan, this is 2020 money anyway, so.
Well, let me just say that the Park and Rec Commission and we did do a signage master plan that included Fuji Park. So we did do that component. Open Space and Park and Rec went through and did all. So that one, we actually have done a whole design features on the signage. We have done that as a whole planning thing across all of our park systems and open space systems on signage. We did do that one.
Thank you. You took away most of my words. No, that was great. I just wanted to clarify. So that $10,000 was to, basically implement our parks sign plan throughout the system. So we're trying to upgrade the existing park signs. If you go to many of our parks, there's different fonts, different colors. It's just what I call sign cemeteries everywhere throughout the entire park system. So that's all that is to just upgrade and improve existing signage to help provide better messaging to the park users. So nothing significant like a reader board or anything like that, but that's what that's intended for.
Supervisor Barrett?
Which of course is why, taking a key from what Lloyd just said, it really doesn't belong coming out of redevelopment money because it's not going to do the things that the redevelopment district is designed to do, which is help the businesses out on the other side of it. But I also have to address Lori's comments. She agrees with me, but apparently I don't know whether she agrees with me in whole or in part, in the sense that, as she said earlier, I was putting words in her mouth. Maybe she's putting words in mine, although I won't accuse her of that. I'm saying this has to be done, and it's a little bit like the roads, where we build them, people come, and then we don't take care of them. We gotta take better care of them. Now, there's a lot of reasons to take care of the roads, because there's not enough money, and there never will be enough money. But somehow, this city has to figure out how not to do wonderful projects, and this happens in government all across this country. I've seen it everywhere. Build a project, and then we sort of ignore it and let it go down the drain over time. And that's a great downtown we've got. We need to keep it up. And I don't care where we get the money, but if we don't get it from the NID or contribute or change the agreement, we are the ones responsible for making sure that downtown money doesn't get wasted over the next 20 years.
Any other
Yeah,
comments,
instead of the 25 for the trash enclosure going to undesignated, I'd like to see it go to the gateway sign, at least tentatively.
I don't have any issue there. I don't know, I'm trying to remember from the submission, and maybe you'll have to help me. I don't think that we were limiting the gateway sign to this 30,000. The plan has other money. This is this is a funding source. So I think you're on the right track,
If
but
that's the case, then that's
Right.
fine, especially if we leave
right.
an amount undesignated.
In case
then we
something
can come
comes
back
in.
and redesignate them.
And maybe staff can help me, but I don't think the 30,000 is the sole amount for the gateway.
No, so you're correct on that. We don't have any other funding identified for it, but we are, just to give you an update, we had that working group, 4 or 5 months ago. We identified kind of the direction we want to move forward. So we did want something that was significant, like you're talking about, Supervisor Giomi. We have looked at a bunch of grant opportunities. We have Mark Salinas on board. He's looking at opportunities that potentially we would use this 25,000 as kind of a local match to get something bigger. But again, those funds are not guaranteed at this point.
And my last comment on the downtown snow removal and cleaning, I don't disagree with John that we shouldn't let it go, but if we're gonna spend redevelopment money, it shouldn't be focused on just, in terms of cleaning, shouldn't be focused on just the downtown. And I don't think we have enough money to focus cleaning on all of the redevelopment areas. I think if downtown is the issue, we should first force the NID to do what they're supposed to do. And if that's an issue, then I think we have to have a discussion about that.
You have my esteem for that comment.
Can I ask a question on that last comment? Are we contractually bound to pay $26,000 a year right now, currently?
Yes.
So if we take it out of here and say we're not putting $26,000, are we in breach of contract?
Oh, no. This is extra, Bob.
This was extra.
This, you're talking about the 26 that's already taken out, right?
Right, for the NID, that's what we pay every year.
In breach of contract and arguably NRS, because we were required to not substitute their money for money we already spend on cleaning. So that's what that that we already spent on maintenance. So that's what that 26 is. 26,000 is money that the city was already spending on maintenance of that area.
In other words,
So we agreed that we were going to continue to spend that.
Yes.
in other words, I was trying to
And
double
as
our amount.
NRS requires, well,
Is it our
we still
contract?
have to spend it on that.
Is it our contract with the NID?
Yes.
It's an
So
additional
again, the question is,
26.
are we in violation, are we in?
No, this was
No, I was
doubling
trying to
it, Bob.
double the amount, Mayor.
Say again?
I was trying to double the amount the city puts
Oh, I thought
in.
Lori said she wanted to take it out.
She did.
I want to take the double out. I
Oh, the
want to
double
take the
out.
extra
I was
not the
trying to make
initial
it 52
26.
instead
I don't
of
mind 26. I
26.
just thought, you
Right.
know, if we're
I don't
taking-
Yeah, there's a
wanna
line
increase
item in
it.
your budget already.
Right.
Every year for that for the required amount.
And where is it in the budget, just out of my curiosity?
In the redevelopment budget,
It's in the redevelopment
Yes.
budget, so this
In
would be it.
redevelopment
Yes.
admin.
So,
admin.
was the
602
amount
account.
you had up there,
Pardon?
doubling it? Was the amount of it that we had up there doubling it by my instigation?
That would double the amount the city
Yeah,
would be paying.
that's what I was trying to do. So to make my point clear, we already are spending out of redevelopment for the downtown, to Stacy's point, yeah.
Yeah, but we're spending what we were already spending.
Right, I agree.
That's, you know,
I
I
agree.
mean, in theory, we're spending that amount in the other parts of the redevelopment area too, because we are providing maintenance in those areas on the
Yes.
public portions of it,
Yes,
so.
yes, and I wanted the same thing out of this. I will say that I'm just trying to prod this process.
Do we have any public comment on this item? No? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board do we want to take a motion for staff as the spreadsheet now is displayed? Okay, Stacy?
So I move to accept the tentative redevelopment budget allocations as recommended by the Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee and incorporating the changes of our committee as stated and presented today.
For a second?
Is there enough clarity to that motion to make a second?
I was
want me
gonna
to-
say, as,
Okay, I can amend
as
it.
shown on the record.
I can do
or
it.
shown on the.
Can you go back to the other screen? I'll withdraw my motion. Can you go back to the, there you go. All right, I move to approve the tentative redevelopment budget allocations as recommended by the Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee with the following changes. Moving $100,000 to the Fuji Fairgrounds Arena Sound System from FY '20 to FY '19. Moving the Utility Extension Assistance Funds to the Fuji Park Master Plan and allowing those funds to carry forward to completion. Moving the Bob Boldrick Theater Project funds from FY '19 to FY '20 of $137,974. Did I get all of this year's?
Was that what it's gonna be, 137, or was it 100,000?
Forward, right?
No,
That's
yeah, Bob
correct for the
Boldrick
Bob
was
Boldrick Theater.
137.
That's what's left for Bob Boldrick Theater.
In the new projects, removing the downtown shared trash enclosure and assigning those funds to undesignated, removing the funds for downtown cleaning and snow removal in FY '20 and '21, '22, '23, and '24, and moving those funds to undesignated. And that's it.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion on the item?
I'd just like to say I'll be voting no, but it's nothing against what we're doing here. I'm just trying to keep the prod going. We need to do this about the downtown somehow. So I'll vote no just as a mild protest. But y'all did good work.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, one question, just, this doesn't, I notice it's not on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors to approve. Is that,
Later in the
so
process.
it does come later so it does have to happen, it just comes later in the process?
In the budget, it'll come later.
So this is a budgeting item.
Okay.
The board,
I just-
the board has to approve the expenditure, individual expenditures.
And the budget will come before you the second meeting in April.
Right.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Okay, motion carries.
I got one here.
The record will reflect one no vote. Thank you. She already fixed you. Okay. We'll move on to item number 23, which is a final public comment for the redevelopment authority. Okay, seeing none, then if there's no objection, we will adjourn the redevelopment authority. And I'll pass the gavel back.
All right.
Too much information.
We're going to
Turn off here.
We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. We're on item number 26, City Manager. We're going to go through several bills that are floating around out there. We'll take up 26A. This is Assembly Bill AB 70. These are just discussion, and if we want to take an action on it, or against, for, neutral, or not even address it. So you want to start? Who's going to do this?
I'll do
Adriana
that.
or
I'll do that,
Nancy?
Mayor.
Huh?
Okay, we'll start with open meeting law. I know you're really excited right before lunch to talk about this. I can go section by section. The bad news is that it's a 35-page bill, which was originally introduced, and it wasn't exactly what the task force that was created by the former Attorney General wanted. And so the good news is that, better news, is that the amendment that has been introduced is 44 pages. But the 44-page amendment actually fixes a lot of the really onerous things that the bill attempted to do. And I can cover some of those things, or I can just go to questions if you had any questions. But basically, you wanted some of these bills to come to you so that you can vote in support, in opposition, or just remain neutral on. And so this is the open meeting law bill, but the amendment has a lot of support, and I anticipate that the amendment is going to be approved.
My sense is this is one of those ones where you want to stay neutral. I mean, I don't know how you go in and argue against the open meeting law, because I think, it's a valuable tool in Nevada. So my sense is if they're moving down the right path now, I'd just soon stay neutral and watch it and monitor it as we go down the road. I mean, I don't know that we gain anything by weighing in favor or not, but.
Correct. And everybody, including the DA's office, is in support of the amendment, correct? You're neutral, but I wouldn't support, I'm just saying that the amendment is something that we would be in support of, although that the legislature, we would remain neutral, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, I just don't want to get involved. I mean, the open meeting law to me, we have, for lack of a better phrase, a dog in a fight because we're subject to the open meeting law. But, I understand that, that the open meeting law puts different restrictions on folks and things like that in local government. But, and I hate to say it like this, but that's really a state function.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just feel a little bit uneasy making a change from our standpoint at the open meeting law, although I understand how it affects us. But that's just my 2 cents. I don't, my sense is it's going in the right direction. Stay neutral, monitor it, bring it back if we need to take a position.
Right, and the amendment would put it in the right direction. The original
Or if you
bill
want to take, if it's
would
amended, you
not
want to
be
say we
good.
support it, that's fine. I think, so whatever, I got two lights up here. Who's first?
I'll go first. Words of wisdom from the mayor. Stay neutral on this one. You can't win.
You said it better than I said it. That's a journalist, Lori, Supervisor Bagwell.
Well, the reason I asked for this item is I really want to make sure that we're protecting the public. And I saw it going down for me a whole different path. And I thought the public was losing rights of information. And so I know this board and its whole history has always been in favor of supporting the public's right to know. And like you said, I think some of the amendments are going back to fix the, whoops, we took that away from the public and we took that away from the public. And so that's really why I brought it forward, is I just want to make sure that at all times the public has the right to know.
Okay.
And so I'm okay with no position is okay with me. I don't want to support it because I just think that these kind of bills get opened up and then you get crazy amendments as it goes along. And so I would rather, like you said, that we actually took a position of neutral so that we don't get staff in the quagmire of having to go testify one way or the other. And so I would prefer we remained neutral, but always with the thought of
All right, other
protecting the
comments?
public.
Anybody, public comment? All right, we'll entertain a motion to remain neutral on AB 70.
I'll do that. I move to remain neutral on AB 70.
Motion second on the motion, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Where's mine? Did it come up? Not up yet. There it is. All right, we got all, let's see it. Okay, we got all five of us, all right. Let's take up Assembly Bill 133, relating to public welfare. Adriana, what's this one do?
Okay, and this one, basically, what it does is the existing law now requires each county to provide for the care, the support, relief of the poor, indigent, incompetent, those that don't have any other means for support. What this bill actually does is it specifically requires the counties to provide for the same type of care for the homeless youth who lack the means and support, and it actually defines youth as someone who is under the age of 24 years of age. So Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson is the one that's working with counties to monitor and or to make sure that what this bill doesn't do, it doesn't create an unfunded mandate. And I think the way that the bill is worded now, it actually it actually provides for the counties to be able to pay for it if there are funds. I think so. There it says except as otherwise provided in statute. To the extent that money may be lawfully appropriated, then the board has to provide for care. I think what the counties are having issues with is that the verbiage also says that every county shall provide the care, support, and relief to runaway and homeless youth. So there's that shall there. And so I know that Nikki over at Health and Human Services has been working with Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson on that verbiage. And the Assemblywoman was clear on the record that she will make sure that she works with counties to tweak the language if she needs to in order to provide you some leeway so that you're not having to provide that service if you don't have the funds. So it's just a matter of one provision of the bill, and as it is right now, it would allow you to provide that service if you have the appropriation. But I think what's tripping the counties up is that word says that they shall provide the care and support to runaway homeless youth, and that just adds to the amount of appropriations that the Board of Supervisors would have to give to the county.
So my sense is on that one, just to throw it out for discussion, is that unless it's amended, it's an unfunded mandate. Is that what I'm getting?
Well, the way the verbiage is now, it says, to the extent the money may be lawfully appropriated. It already.
I don't understand what
It's
that
already in the
means, but-
statute. So if money is appropriated, if you have the money to provide for this additional, for the additional mandate, then you can provide the services. If you don't have the appropriations, then you don't have to. But I think what's tripping everybody up is that it actually adds a whole new population, which is the youth. And it used to be anybody under 18, now it's from 18 to 24 years old that we now have to provide for services. However, it's if money is lawfully, if you have the money appropriated, then you have to provide the service. If you don't have the money appropriated, then you don't have to provide the service.
Yeah, I'm a little goosey about that one, but, you know, so my sense on this one is, just to throw it out for discussion, my sense on this one is that we remain opposed unless amended.
Absolutely. It's shall means shall. I don't care what else it says.
Opposed unless it's amended?
Health and Human Services already submitted a letter from Nikki Aker on the record saying that they oppose the language as it is. And so Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson already on the record said that she does not want this to be, to seem to be an unfunded mandate. And she wants to work with the counties because that was not her intent, and she put that on the record.
Okay, well, then let's just stay with Nikki's letter with the understanding that we're opposed if it's not fixed. I mean, I get it where the majority leader's coming from. But I think that, you know, we've taken a pretty good stand about unfunded mandates, and so I think we ought to stand with that. I mean, and it doesn't have to be that hard. I mean, I just think this is one of the ones we want to watch. It looks like it's going the right way. But on the other hand, you know, if we're asked on the record where we are, I think we got to say, you know, as it's drafted right now, it's an unfunded mandate. Understand there are things that are going to fix this, and, you know, we'd like that to fix, and if it's fixed, then it's fine. I think that's the approach we take, but that's just me. So Supervisor Bagwell, go.
I think this actually does more than that, unfunded. I'm telling you that it also expands the definition, in my eyes, of what a youth is. So we think it's 18 years old, and that my concern is this also will become, scope creep, that what you're going to start providing is, her intention is to say it's not an 18-year-old anymore that's a youth. She's expanding the definition to be a 24-year-old. And I just think we have to oppose this. I think
Oppose
we're
it.
opening up more than just unfunded mandates.
Unless they make a youth anything that's 75 or younger.
There you go.
Does that cover you or not?
Did we get you, John?
All right.
I'm afraid I'd be out from under even though I'm 76. But the truth of the matter is, this is not a good idea, and Lori's right about it. It's a camel's nose under the tent.
So I just think we should oppose this legislation.
I got comments down here. I don't know who's first. Brad, go, then Stacy.
I have a technical question. I'm just wondering where the authority for Nikki to put her comment on the record came from. My understanding of the process is that the city manager can do that, but if she does that, she has to notify them that it's her opinion and that it then needs to be brought to the board. So I'm just a little concerned if we have department heads that are making commitments on obligations for us.
And that's why we're also bringing that to you, just to let you know that that is the position that she has taken. But if it changes, actually, if you read her letter, it in so many words, it does oppose the bill unless there's a change to the wording. But then it is under the policy, then it's the city manager's responsibility to come to you individually, tell you what her position is, and then we can put it on the agenda for you to take a vote if it's different. And so if you were to vote here in support of the bill, then we would report back to the committee that you're in support, and that's basically what the policy states.
Well, that's kind of what that's kind of what we said we were gonna do. I mean, if it happened, because we have people, our department heads are, you know, there's a line between policy and procedure, and our department heads are trying to fit that line. But I do remember the discussion when we had it under the, you know, when we brought this up on the general proposition, was that if a department head said something as an individual, it would come back here and we could overrule that. And we'll go, that's what I heard, but, you know, whatever.
That's what's written in the policy, is that
That's
if
what I
we take a
thought.
position at the legislature, then the city manager would then report back to you that position. And if you differ in that position, then we would put it on the agenda. You take a vote, and if it's different, then we would go back to the legislature and report that.
So let me drill down on that question, though. When the letter was submitted on the record by Nikki, did it say in the letter that this was not the opinion of the board and that it would be brought to the board, or was it stated that this was the position of the city?
I don't
Do you
believe
have it
it's a
pulled up?
position of the city, no.
No, yeah, it's Nikki, and she says, basically, the letter just says that, let's see, that the city would not be able to provide these services because there's no additional funding, that we only have the 1 cent available in the supplemental indigent. And she just said she applauded the efforts, and that she can support this bill if Section 1 was eliminated. So she's speaking on behalf of herself.
Okay?
To support Brad, can we have a copy of the letter, please?
Sure. And we'll put that into the record as well.
Okay, Stacy?
So on the, I mean, my concern too is the age thing. I don't quite understand the need to push this up. I mean, we already have an indigent fund to take care of people who are indigent.
Right.
I don't quite understand why, and I didn't understand any better by reading it, that, you know, why they have to expand the age. I don't quite get it.
I can give you a little insight there, as I know when I worked at Child and Family Services, there was always a bunch of push from family members in the community that the issue is many of the children that get services, they age out at 18, they're pushed out onto the street, and there's no longer any service or things provided. And I think what Assemblyman Thompson is attempting to do is, I want to use John's word, the camel in the tent, but is to expand all services to allow it to go to 24. So you have foster care services and everything else that happen. So it's not just county funds, you'd be looking at state funds. And I just think there's what I call scope creep here. And so that they're going to consider children to age 24 now instead of 18. So I just don't, I think we should oppose the legislation.
Okay. Any public comment on this? All right, we'll entertain a motion to oppose AB 133.
I move to oppose Assembly Bill 133.
Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Barrett. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Let's see where it goes here.
It's coming at 80. There it is.
All right, let's take up 26C. This is AB 136. This is
These are all the
prevailing wage issues.
Yes, so we've got 3 bills. Real quick, AB 136, this is pretty much many of the assemblymen, including the Speaker of Fryerston's bill. March 11th, there was a due pass out of the Assembly Government Affairs that was referred to Ways and Means. Basically, what AB 136 does is it removes the provisions allowing the school districts in the Nevada System of Higher Education to pay the wages at 90% of the prevailing wage rate on construction projects. The big one is that it lowers the threshold in which prevailing wage law applies to a public project from $250,000 to $100,000. So it basically goes back and undoes what the legislature did last session. And then it also eliminates the language prescribing the manner in which the labor commissioner must determine the prevailing wage in certain circumstances. It also applies the prevailing wage requirements to projects built not just by public schools, but charter schools. That's AB 136. SB 231 basically does what AB 136 does, but that's the Senate version of AB 136. And then the other one is AB 190. This is Assemblyman Daley's bill. There was a hearing yesterday before the Assembly Government Affairs. There was much opposition. Darren testified with Carson City's concerns, so he can tell you about that. This bill also removes the exemption for the schools, much like the other two bills do, and it lowers the threshold as well. But it also connects some labor activity with the amendments. And then just to give you an idea about the cost, and Darren can tell you about this, but there's an NPRI study out there that shows that the average prevailing wage rate will be increased to 62% above the market rate. And I can have Darren speak to his experience yesterday at the legislature.
Darren Schultz for the record. Yes, I was at the legislature yesterday. It was a fairly packed hearing. There were 2 individuals that spoke for the bill, and there was 12 that spoke against it. I was one of the 12 that spoke against it, and I spoke as the Public Works Director of Carson City. That's what was put on the record. The 3 bills are all kind of going forward, marching along. They obviously won't all make it. The biggest impact probably immediately to the city is going to be lowering that threshold from 250 to 100. But from every indication and what we're being told is that is on a freight train going down the track, and there's nothing we're going to do about it. So we're monitoring that. We'll let them know that that's going to hurt us fiscally, but at the same time, we've been told that we shouldn't die on our sword for it. What we are trying to do is the other parts of the bill that are being included there that, for one reason or another, are harmful to the city, and we would like to get rid of them or have them monitored. Specifically, this AB 190, it creates a disparity between the signatory and non-signatory contractors related to benefits, which will raise our costs. It ties collective bargaining to prevailing wage rates, which will raise our costs. And then it lowers the maximum of non-prevailing projects from 250 to 100, which I mentioned. So those are the big far-reaching items of it. The comment I made was the more we can keep the playing field for signatory and non-signatory contractors, even the better cost benefit for our projects and ultimately our taxpayers is what went on the record. Because of the discussion that went on opposed to the bill, Mr. Daley said that he would create a working group to sit down and try and talk about some of this, but then he caveated that and said there are parts of this that I am not willing to negotiate on, and that's how the hearing was closed. So I am including on that. My name was included on that working group moving forward. Any questions if you have them?
Which is the bill, just before we go to, which is the one that redefines or clarifies how the labor commissioner makes their determination on prevailing wage? Which one? Is there a bill? Did I hear that?
So that was a separate BDR that Mr. Daley had brought forward, 101. And that was going to be the possibility of taking that and putting it into one of these other bills that have to do with prevailing wages was bannered about, and we were gearing up to go hard after that one because that really impacted how we do our projects, how we award our projects. But that has not materialized yet. We don't know if it's dead or if it's waiting in the wings.
All right, it's not on our agenda anyway, but thank you for that. All right, who's next? Mr. Joe, Supervisor Joe.
I just found it interesting that, I don't know if the other counties helped. I mean, I look at the local government responses, and we're the only county that said there was an impact and listed a dollar figure, and I'm shocked that the other counties just missed an opportunity to say to the and maybe it didn't make a difference, but I just, on the last two bills, it just was shocking to me that no one made a comment that it was going to have an impact, and to try and quantify that. It's going to have an impact on the private labor market, private construction market as well, because contractors are only going to bid on government projects. They're not going to want to bid on, and it's not good.
Any other discussion on this? I don't know if we have to take them individually here. We can. Go ahead. Let's see what the recommendation
I think my
goes.
recommendation would be that we monitor AB 136 and SB 231, and we oppose AB 190.
If you make that a motion, I'll second it.
I'll make that a motion.
And I'll second.
On the motion, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Good motion. Okay. All right. Let's take up 20, here, there we go. Let's take up item 26D. This is city manager update, so where we are. Okay.
All right, so first of all, the upcoming events, we have the budget open house in this room on April 1st. We decided to stay with 2 sessions. We shortened them a little bit. We're going to do 12 to 1 and then 5:30 to 6:30. The 2019 Carson City Off-Road, there's a date change for that from June 28th through the 30th. It was going to be held a couple weeks earlier, but Epic Rides approached us and with concerns that the snow would not be melted up on the higher trails, and that was a big attraction, I think, for this event. So we checked and we agreed to that date change. And then Mark Salinas has installed a new art exhibit at City Hall. Under community development, building permit valuation for February was 9.7 million for a total year-to-date of 44.3 million. 28 million is residential and 16 million is new commercial and industrial. You'll see from this side that the revenues are a little higher than the permits, that were actually issued. And that is due to, if you recall, in December, 321 permits were issued, and some of that revenue didn't end up hitting until the next month. So that's why the revenues look higher. So for the month of February, the housing permits issued were 7 single-family detached and 3 attached, for a total of 19 residential permits issued for the calendar year. So the next 2 items are scheduled to go before the Planning Commission on March 27th. The first one is a request for a special use permit for an apartment complex in South Carson with 9 buildings and a total of 143 units. This application involves rezoning and the abandonment of an unbuilt street that goes through the properties.
Just a comment on that one. I think this is the perfect example of where we need that traffic circulation. And too bad we can't have that first to tie in conditions for this project. Just a thought. Don't know how fast we can do the traffic.
Shut me off, Dan, if I get off too far here, but we're actually requiring updated traffic studies per project and phase down here so that we can include conditions on each project as we go forward.
All right, so the next one is a special use permit for a dog boarding facility in South Carson, offering daycare, overnight boarding, and grooming. This was actually going to be on today's agenda, but it's pulled and it will come before the board April 4th. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a special use permit to allow an extended stay up to 180 days RV park with up to 277 RV spaces on property zoned tourist commercial. Next is a building permit with a value of 1.4 million. It was issued for the new Jackson's Food Store, which will be located at William and Carson Street. And then we also have a permit with a value of $4 million that was issued for the new Nissan dealership on South Carson Street. I actually saw dirt being moved this last weekend. So I have IFC activity from January 9th through March 6th. Once again, we're filling lots of vacant positions. In the next two slides, there's 27 positions that are being filled. Some of these are a trickle-down effect when they're filled internally, like the payroll administrator will probably be filled internally, and then as that becomes vacant, and then, as the employees move up, which I think is, we like to do that, fill internally. So from general fund contingency, IFC approved an augmentation for alternative sentencing for hourly salaries. This was a supplemental request that was approved last year that just was inadvertently left off the final budget. So this is to fix that. And also we approved $2,800 for the public guardians budget to cover travel costs to visit the to do out-of-area case reviews. And then they also had a broken copier, fax, and printer. And then from the Capital Projects Fund undesignated, we approved additional funding to complete the fiber project at Juvenile for $18,675. And we also approved replacing door locks at Juvenile Detention. That was $9,330. And then we approved additional funding for upgrades to the counters and security glass for the assessor and the treasurer's office to address security and safety concerns. That was $31,500. Normally, we would have had them come back through the budget process, but due to the safety and security concerns, we went ahead and approved that. And then the balance and undesignated is $327,734. That's a little higher than the last time I reported. That's because when we did budget augmentations a little bit, for projects that were finished that didn't use all their funds, we added that into the undesignated balance, so. Any questions on that?
Stacy?
Yeah, can you go back a slide, do you mind? I'm just curious what the security concerns that came up were. Was there a specific threat? Was there a security assessment? Was there?
How do I want to say that? Yeah, there was concerns. There wasn't a specific threat, but the concern was just those are the two offices that are just completely open to the public.
I'd ask you to sit down with Stacy on that one, and maybe
Okay.
sit down with you and the sheriff, whoever he's got, and go through that.
We can
I
brief
mean,
you on.
I don't know, it's something we need to talk about here right now, but I think that he has the right to know what's going on over there. I get it all the time with, we're the only ones out in the open here.
I'll talk to you later, next time.
That's my sense. Anyway.
I also had a question going back to, not this, but the intertie that I meant to ask, and I just remembered. Darren, when is the intertie, the completion of the intertie work starting? And do you know when it'll be done?
Yeah, our plan is, Darren Schultz for the record, our plan is to put that project out to bid next month in April.
Okay.
And with construction starting 6 weeks or 2 months after that, and then it will be completed this fall.
Okay.
Part of that project, it's going all the way up Washington Street
so
from
repaving.
Phillips to Armsby. So avoid that street if you can. The good news is that when the project's done, it's a complete rebuild of that very fallen apart street. There's some additional sidewalks going in, a little bit of land, very minor, but a little bit of landscape. It's gonna look great when it's done, but it's gonna be a mess for a while.
I think there's one property that has an open ditch there. Is that getting addressed during this, or is it staying open?
I'm sorry, I don't remember specifically. It's been a while,
It's
but
just
I can
curious.
follow up with you on that.
It was always a flooding issue in years past, and,
I'm
it's
pretty
why
sure
we
we're
closed
taking
it,
care of it. I
so.
just, because the stormwater funds are separate and
Yeah.
some of that stuff got moved around, I don't remember what got left in.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, let's, on legislative matters, let me just mention under this agenda item, not legislative, but where are we on the gun range? We okay? We're moving down the road on that in the right way?
Yes,
Right,
we're
that's all I
entering
need to
into
hear
a
is
contract
move.
for professional services for the design, and we're moving forward with that.
All right. Do we have anything we need to do here to facilitate that process, or the task force is doing what it needs to do, whatever?
The task force is working on it, and once we have, a contract, whether or not it needs to be, rises to the level that the board needs to approve it, then we'd bring that back.
Right.
Any time frame estimate on it? Never mind.
I can just I can do it under non-action items as just a brief report. The task force has identified and gone through both reports, and we identified items that were needed now to be able to open, and then separated items that were nice to haves and long range. So we have completed all of that work from the task force, putting everything into buckets. And then we have, as the city staff has indicated, we have done the contract to have the vendor give us the requirements on the ones that are the now items to get it opened. And then we'll be bringing it back to this board if any of them require funding that exceeds any limits and things like that. So I think we're in the
Good shape. All right.
2-week range to have some results.
So are people generally happy now? I mean,
I think the last meeting helped the most, though, is to telling them where we're going. When they see that we actually follow through on it, then you'll have the happies. Then you'll have the happies. Right. So
We're
I
lucky
give
there
us
was
2
bad
weeks
weather.
before we move to the happy stage. Right.
All right, under legislative matters, there's a bill that just came out pushing ward-only voting to Carson City and to Henderson and one other one. I'd like to have that on the agenda for the next board meeting.
And that's up for hearing next Tuesday at the
Oh, great.
26th, too.
So, not on our agenda, so there's no way we can make it, I mean, we just have to stay out of it right now then, I guess. That's terrible.
Right, and the city, according to the policy, the city manager could go take a position, then come back and report to you.
Yeah,
She should
without
do
taking
that.
action, you can
Well, I
cite
think,
this
here's
city's
my sense. I know
opposition.
this,
Right.
we've had this come back before and and I've testified over there once, maybe twice on this bill, and every time we tell them, we voted on that, I think 3 times in Carson City. And the last time was just pretty recent, and Carson City residents do not want that. I mean, that's what the vote showed. And so, I think it's maybe too late for us now, but my sense is that, we ought to have staff over there talking about, the city has voted on that already. And we also need to know, before you go testify, you need to know, if there is an issue with minority participation in our, in our elections, we need to know that.
well, and this has come before the Charter Review Committee, which the board has taken a position on. So we have taken a position on this item. So it brought, I heard, when I sat in Charter Review, I heard it, and we recommended not moving forward with it. And then this body took that up and also supported that. So this body has taken position.
Well, if that's the case, Dan, can we rely on that as a,
I think as Supervisor Jomi just stated on the record, I mean, it's clear and it's evident on the record what the collective, position is, of this body. We can't, it's not an agendized item for us to take action on today, so we can't really take an official position, but I think it's pretty evident on the record.
Well, I guess I'm saying we've already taken a position.
Yeah, but not on this bill.
Not on this bill, but on the concept.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So if you
that's-
phrase it in that way,
Can't take, I think you're still on tap to go do that, so. Because we can't
Right.
make a motion that one of us could go over there. I mean, if you need us, I mean, maybe I could, but it's not agendized for us to do that, to make that motion today.
Right, we'll bring it back next time
Let me ask
over to the
a
legislature.
question
Take a
about
position.
that, and that is that we can go as individuals and say we're supporting that previous as individuals,
You
right?
can, and I'd encourage everybody who wants to do that, to
Is
speak on
there-
an individual, they do it.
Is there also anything wrong with the mayor going and saying that the board has voted on this issue in the past, not this bill, this issue in the past, and has overwhelmingly decided to not support it? That's not unfactual.
In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with making that factual statement on the record at the legislature. I would just recommend to the mayor that he also clarifies for the record when making that testimony that he's speaking on his own behalf and not on behalf collectively of this board as a whole.
Good with that.
Because we haven't acted.
That's correct.
Wasn't an agenda item.
On the bill, on the issue, we've taken action. On the bill, we've not.
And 64% voted against it in 2014.
We had one tie vote years ago, right? And it failed because it was a tie. It like 8,630 to 8,630. So it failed because it was a tie.
All right, are we clear where we're going to go on this then? All right.
Got a few more for you.
Well,
I'll be fast.
the other one I want you to take a look at is the daily bill that would say if you're going to develop in one county, you have to take into account the effect on other counties across the county line.
All right. Do you know which one that is?
I don't know the bill number on
Okay.
it, but I know it's out there.
Okay.
Is that the one that he's forcing us to do regional planning?
Yes.
He specifically
Sort of
calls
that.
out Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story. That's the bill you're talking about, right?
Yes.
The one with regard to meeting twice a year and then reporting to LCB, the plan.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if that's up for hearing yet or not, but I think we need to talk about that one.
Okay.
Okay. Any other bills that anybody knows about that wants to bring up for the next agenda?
Yeah, do you want me to go through a few? This is just an update on some of the bills. So there's AB 79 delinquent property tax bill. This is a Clark County bill. And what this does is creates an expedited procedure for the sale by the county of abandoned property that's delinquent on their taxes and the penalties and interest. This is going to be heard by Assembly Taxation on March 26th. Currently, we would have to hold the property for 2 years before it could be sold, and this lowers it to 1 year for abandoned properties. And so next is AB 244. This is taxes for school construction. This is Assemblyman Kramer's bill. And it doesn't, I think the only way it affects the city is that we be required to do some of the administrative work, but it allows the imposition of some taxes in a county to fund capital projects of the school districts based on the recommendation of a public schools overcrowding and repair needs committee, and also requires voter approval. But the potential taxes include the levy of a property tax, sales tax, government services tax, lodging tax, and real property transfer tax.
But the property tax portion of that is outside the
Right.
current cap limit.
Yes, so it's outside the abatement, and it also is outside the 3.66, maximum.
It's outside.
So it doesn't take anything away from what we would be able to levy.
But it requires a vote.
Yes, and it requires a vote of the people, so that's on that one. There's SB 281, that's reimbursement to retailers of motor vehicle fuel. I think this only applies to entities that currently have the fuel tax indexing, and it authorizes the board to establish by ordinance a program to reimburse retailers located in Carson City that the board determines are placed at a competitive disadvantage to retailers located in another county by taxes imposed. So, and then it also says the reimbursement would be paid from money from the county and can't be paid by the proceeds of the tax.
Whose bill is that? Whose bill is that?
Um,
That was a Senate bill, you said?
yes. 281, yeah.
But it's not just specific to us. You mentioned Carson City.
Right, that's just the effect it would
Okay.
have on Carson City, but we don't currently have the gas tax indexing, so,
SB 281.
yeah.
Because we don't have, because the car's getting gas here instead of in Washoe or Clark County. They're not getting all their tax because a neighboring county
Right.
doesn't have it?
Slippery slope.
Or,
I work with get gas that live in Reno.
yeah, so Washoe County would have to pay the retail, is that what it is?
No, we'd pay Washoe.
Yeah.
Ours is cheaper. So people are getting gas here instead of there.
Well, maybe we
Oh,
should
man.
bring that one back.
You want to bring that one back?
Yeah, but we don't have index.
Right, so it wouldn't affect us.
A neighboring county does. Well, we see which direction.
Yeah.
Just bring it back.
Just bring it
Okay.
back, we can see what direction.
Everybody okay with that?
Pays who?
Okay. Nevada Office of Inspector General, AB 296, and this just requires local governments to cooperate and provide assistance to the Inspector General, sets up a fraud, waste, and abuse and corruption hotline administered by the Inspector General, and it authorizes them to audit, investigate, inspect, and review local government records. Right now, there's no clear funding mechanism that will fund this new office, but we're just keeping an eye on it to determine whether or not the city would be assessed a share of that cost.
Also gives them our records.
Right.
Bring the bill back.
Do you want me to bring that one back too? Okay. AB 301, jail deaths, and I guess it's good the sheriff's here, requires a sheriff to report information concerning deaths in the jail to the Board of Supervisors, and for the board to review the condition of the jail at least quarterly during a board meeting. And then if there are any deaths, something would have to be presented to the board. Any comments? Note that the sheriff said we're fine. AB 324, this is a state 911 coordinator in the Department of Public Safety. This imposes a surcharge and certain other taxes to fund the coordinator and the Nevada Public Safety Communications Advisory Committee. It creates the state 911 fund and requires each county to appoint a county 911 coordinator that would be paid from this fund. And some of the funding sources, one is a surcharge not to exceed 75 cents on the access lines or trunk lines of each customers of a telecommunications provider. I think that's in addition to what we already have, which is the dollar. It also imposes an excise tax on the retail sale of a prepaid cellular device at 3% of the sales price. And it also requires the board in each county to impose a tax in any year, impose a tax that doesn't exceed 5 cents on each $100 of the gross receipts from transient lodging in the county.
And we're planning on bringing that back to you because it would affect the task force that we have now.
And replace the current 911 task force.
All the local ones go away.
Oh, it would replace the 911 search advisory committee?
No.
Creates a state one, right? And just bring it back.
For the record, Kenny.
Just bring it back.
The best I can understand is that this would create a new division underneath the DPS umbrella and provide overall guidance statewide for the 911 surcharge committees. And do I fear that they're going to infringe on what this board has already done? I don't. But it does require that you guys impose another elevation on the 911, on the telephone fees. And we won't be really at 100% of the last raise until July. So you're almost starting all over again.
I'm sure Dan doesn't want us to talk about it now, but I'd bring it back, please.
All right, AB 344, small cell towers. This would prohibit Carson City from discriminating or preventing certain uses of a telecommunications system or cable television system, and to allow installation, maintenance, operation, and replacement of small wireless facilities. The concern with this bill is that Carson would not have input as to where these facilities would go. Okay.
Well, we need to look at what the federal law said on this, because there was a decision on the federal Well, I don't know if this has been preempted by that or not, but I think that the feds took a position that local government couldn't fool around in that area.
We can't zone it.
I don't think you can do it. I mean, but, these things are coming and going like everything. But I think that, I do think that the federal government took a position on this one.
All right, SB 125, Ethics in Government Law. This is a 71-page bill with extensive administrative amendments and substantive amendments. Some of the areas include requests for advisory opinion, ethics complaints, ethical standards of conduct, legal defense of public officers or employees before the commission, open meeting law exemption, et cetera. A hearing was held at Senate Legislative Operations and Elections on March 13th, and we were just following this bill. And just an update on SB 48, that's the NACO's diesel fuel tax. The bill's still pending, and we're going to continue to watch that. We already talked about the prevailing wage, the workers' comp bills. Clark County, NACO, and our lobbyists are working with the bill sponsors on amendments, and we'll keep monitoring those bills. The amendments have not been accepted by the sponsor or the unions yet. And SB 215, which is the cancer one, is being heard Friday in Senate Commerce and Labor, Friday tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Which is that one again, please?
That's SB 215, and that's the cancer related for the heart and lung.
Right, heart
Yeah.
and lung, and it would basically expand it. So now Clark County's introduced they're going to introduce an amendment which reduces that expansion to certain cancers that are more likely to have been acquired through workers' comp versus something that was hereditary. So they've done a lot of research, and they've put an amendment together that's a little bit more reasonable than what the bill offers.
So I guess, do we want to talk about that since it's going up tomorrow? As far as,
I think that's the one you're going to have to deal with.
yeah, okay. All right, Adriana talked about the homeless youth. The last one I have is AB 81, Indigent Defense. A hearing was held on March 12th, but no action was taken on that one.
Okay, any more? Sure?
And there were about 200 bills that were introduced between Monday and that came down Monday, Tuesday, pretty much. So we're just working through them. We haven't gone through all of them. We've gone through maybe half of them. So you'll probably have more than the ones that you told us to bring back. We'll probably bring you back others that we see that you might want to take action on.
I think that they slipped the deadline for individual bill draft requests was Monday. And I think because they're just having issues with respect to drafting, I think they slipped that to the end of this week or maybe next Monday, and they slipped the the committee bill drafts until another 5 days, I think, in order to let LCB catch up with stuff. So some of these bills are still going to be coming out this week, individual bill drafts from legislators. Anything else on this? You want to talk about AB 81? Whoop.
Do you have more information on that one?
I just should let everybody know, I sit on the AB 81 is a bill that comes out of the Right to Counsel Commission. I sit on that commission as a NACO representative, and it provides for a board to oversee indigent defense issues throughout the state, with the exception of those counties that are either provide their own indigent defense counsel or they belong to the state public defender. And Washoe and Clark have their own. Carson City belongs to the state public defender, and so does Story County. So in one sense, we don't have a dog in the fight, but there's another issue that's out there that you should know about, and that is that there was an amendment to that bill put forth by the majority leader that adds $15 million to fund that organization, the Right to Counsel Commission and an executive director and all that. NACO is still concerned about that because they're concerned that the $15 million, if some of it's not spent, is not going to roll over, and that at some point in time, unless there's some legislative fix, that those counties that, other than the ones I just talked about, would end up having to pay what the state historically paid. And so we all know the Nevada Constitution says that indigent defense is a state obligation. And that's been shoved to local governments, which is usually what happens in these worlds. There's an amendment to that, potential amendment to that bill from Clark County that would resolve the NACO issues and also resolve the issue with respect to Clark County, because Clark County and Washoe County don't want to be shoved into the state public defender if they're actually doing their own thing, and they have a big, huge organization to do that. And so we're just watching what's going on that. I mean, I got sick in the middle of all this stuff, but that's what's happening. So we'll see how that runs out. Okay, Brad.
Just a comment on the legislature and the economic cycle. I think it's fascinating because I've seen this many, many times that government is gearing up, the money's rolling in, so they're expanding services and obligating money that 2 or 3 or 4 years from now isn't going to be there. So once again, government is, I don't know. I just think it's fascinating to watch them do this over and over and over, where they obligate money towards things that they won't have the money for in a couple of years, and then they'll do what they did last time. They'll push those services down onto us and make us pay for them.
Because you said 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, you're absolutely right. And I won't get into the parties involved.
Until the Dillon's rule is overturned or amended, that's where we are, because the people who put the boots on the ground are sitting right in this room. The others can think about things and have a vision, and that's great, where we're going to be going. But when it comes to actually doing the job, that's the local folks. And it'd be nice if they understood that. And I think a lot of them do, that, under Dillon's rule, we can only do what you tell us we can do. So if you're going to tell us to go do something, don't leave out the other side of that about how we're going to pay for it. And that's, I think, the unfunded mandate that we've all taken care of. And I tend to agree with you, Brad. We make these things, and then we go down the road and it's not there, and then, well, the service is in place now, so who's going to pay for it? It happens to be us, so, okay. If they're listening to me, they're probably never going to let me back in the building over there.
Do you care?
They
I
can't
really don't
keep you
care.
out. They
So
can't
Nancy,
keep
I'm
you out.
gone.
We just walk right in.
Walk right in. All right, it's good discussion. Anybody else got anything under this? On bills? All right. Are we ready for final public comment then?
Wait, I have something.
Oh, go, shoot, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to the robotics team from Carson High. I don't know if you guys are aware, but we won nationally, or going to the world competition from little old, can you believe that? From Carson City. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the team and to Dr. Dee Freewert for all of her efforts. And if you can support them, give them a shout out. I think that's pretty phenomenal for us to get to the world competition. And so I did do that on behalf of the board. Last night, I went ahead and said we gave a shout out to them and stuff. And so anyway, it's the Carson High team, and put that on the record.
And I have a quick comment from the Sub-Conservancy District. We got a presentation on status of snow and water, and just because I have a lot of people asking me too. So in 2017, our snowpack, and this is the Carson River Basin, was 209% of average. And this year, as of the beginning of this month, we're 179% of average. So it's a significant year, but that's how it compares. In terms of percent of precip, we're at 137% now versus 210% in 17. So we're well ahead. As Ed said to us, obviously this is not going to end up as anything less than an well over average year.
And we haven't had a flood yet.
And they don't anticipate that, knock on wood, they don't anticipate that being an issue, just because the reservoirs, the streams should be capable. They don't anticipate stream or river flooding. But no one really knows. It depends on the rate, of course. Yeah, it depends on the weather.
Right.
Yep, I got something too. The airport authority met last night, and the BDR finally got introduced on the Airport Authority's bill, Brad, they will be bringing it back to us.
I didn't hear that, John.
Oh, they'll be bringing
the
the
airport,
Airport
okay.
Authority bill that finally got introduced, because it finally got written, and it'll come back to us as Brad had indicated he'd like to see.
All right. Anything else coming before us here? Are we ready to have concluding public comment? Anybody want to comment? Anybody? I don't see any. Are we ready to adjourn then? Without an objection, we are adjourned.